Hello, everyone, and welcome to Drive Sweden Forum. We're very happy to have you here with us today and hope you're all doing well. We were really looking forward to our planned hybrid event and meeting you all face to face, but due to the recent developments, I'm afraid we couldn't go through with that. And as if that was not enough, yesterday our program director, Malin Andersson, tested positive for COVID. Malin should, of course, been here with us today and been one of our co-hosts, so you can imagine that we've had a bit of rework to do here overnight. The Drive Sweden Forum we've chosen to focus on today is digitalisation of the transport system, where we choose to look at digitalisation from a number of different perspectives connected to the mobility system. So today, we hope to inspire you to think out of the box, to get involved, to get encouraged, and please let us know what you think. Ask questions in the Q&A chat. Also get involved and say, do you agree with us? Do you disagree? Tell us what you think and get involved. Now, my name is Josephine Darlington, and I work as the program coordinator at Drive Sweden. And today I will be one of your hosts together with Chairman Jan Hellåker, sitting here next to me. As hosts, it is our task to introduce our great guests, ask them curious questions, and help you get the most out of today. It's also our job to keep track of time. But before we get started, we just want to remind you that you have the full agenda of today at drivesweden.net, where you can also find more information on all of the projects that are presented during the day. We'll run the first part of the agenda here until 12, directly followed by the annual meeting and a lunch break. This means that you can hang on to the same Zoom, sit comfortably back and attend the annual meeting as well. Right, I hope you feel ready to go. I know I am.
Great. At this point, we should have welcomed our program director to join us here, but as you know, Josephine told you she's not able to be here. But luckily, yesterday when we did our dry run, we had pressed the recording button. So we will use the next session by rolling a tape in which we get at least a piece of Malin joining us here. So let's roll that tape and listen to what happened yesterday. So I'm Jan Hellåker. I'm the Drive Sweden chairman, at least up until our annual meeting at noon. And I'm here with Malin, who's joining us online, our program director. Malin, I remember in September, at that time you had just joined us, and I just want to ask you, you were brand new to everything at that time. So what's your impression now 4 months into the job?
Well, it's been an intensive but invigorating and very exciting start, and I'm hugely impressed. Drive Sweden consists of so dedicated people. First of all, your partners. Without you, Drive Sweden would be, well, nothing. You work hard in the program committee, on our board, with newsletters, in projects and program activities. Thank you so much for contributing. And I'm also happy for the big support from everyone here at the office or there at the office. I wish I could be with you today, but it's difficult times, you know. The support, I'm happy about the support from Vinnova. And of course, I'm very excited also about the government's interest. So, Jan, my impression so far is that Drive Sweden is well known and well respected. And that's probably because our collaborations and project results make a true difference. And actually, that is not only my personal impressions.
No, you're right. You're right here. Just as we were wrapping up our halftime evaluation, all programs of our kind has to be evaluated every 3 years. And we were very pleased when during Christmas, just before Christmas, we were given the final verdict, and which passed us. We got the verdict that we will continue, and we did it with flying colors. And for the record, let me once again emphasize that this is not a result of a few people, but this is a result of a great partnership and amazing teamwork among our partners that we see all the time happening in Drive Sweden. Before we continue, I'm sure some of you out there in streaming space are joining us for the first time. So let's just briefly talk about what we do as a program and how we do it. So Malin, what is Drive Sweden really?
Well, Drive Sweden is a national strategic innovation program developing automated, connected and shared mobility solutions for a more sustainable transport system. Drive Sweden has governmental funding through our innovation agency Vinnova, the Energy Agency, and Formas, the Swedish research agency. And our program structure brings partners together in two ways, through innovation projects and through program activities. And the project applications are decided upon, or the projects are decided upon by the innovation agency Vinnova and financed to a maximum of 50%. Projects should consist of 2 or more partners, and we strive for broad collaborations that create, develop, pilot, and demonstrate new solutions together, usually leveraging digital technologies. And the program activities strive for mutual learnings, benchmarking, dissemination of project results like we are doing today. Program activities lead to new insights and in turn, new projects. So I do hope you get some really nice insights and new ideas today. Maybe you notice a partner you haven't heard of before. Don't hesitate to reach out to each other. And speaking of a partners, Jan, why don't you tell us a bit about how we have continued to grow our partnership?
Yeah, this is really one of my favorite stories with Drive Sweden. When we began this journey, we had just 17 founding partners. However, during the last year, our partnership have increased by a multiple of 10, which means that today we are actually 174 partners. That's just a big number though, so let me point out 3 other aspects from this partner map. Initially, our 17 partners were really only representing the traditional mobility ecosystem in Sweden, if you like. Today, we have a much wider range of completely new actor segments because there are so many different stakeholders that want to be part of this mobility transition. The second thing, while this was supposed to be mainly a Swedish program, we kept getting requests from around the world to join us. Everyone wanted to be part of this unique cross-functional collaboration. So today we have partners from actually 20 countries outside of Sweden. And finally, maybe the most fascinating angle of this partner map, close to 1/4 of our partners consist of startup companies that did not exist when we started. And to me, this is just a proof of the dynamic in this domain we're working in. However, as it happens in the startup space, not everyone makes it. So 174 is actually a net number, truly reflecting the fact that sadly some of our partners have had to shut down in the meantime. But that's life in the startup business. Anyway, now we are going to invite 2 partners that have made it way past that critical line. So it's 2 examples of those partners we want to invite. One that was with us already from the very beginning, Astacero, and one that just recently joined us, K2. So with that, let me welcome John Hultén. You are the CEO of K2 or K2. And you became a partner of Drive Sweden, although I know you've been following us for quite some time, but you became a partner just about a few months ago. John, maybe you should start by giving us a little bit of an overview of the audience here. What is it you do in your organization? Please, John.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jan, for having me. Great to see you all. K2 is the Swedish Knowledge Center for Public Transport. And our work is based on a partnership between the 3 metropolitan regions in Sweden, Västra Götaland, Stockholm and Skåne, who together have more than or are responsible for more than 80% of public transport in Sweden. And 3 research organizations, Lund University, Malmö University and VTI, the Swedish Road and Transport Research Institute. And we also get funding from Vinnova, Swedish Transport Administration and Formas. And so what do we do then? Well, we do research and we do education on public transport as a means for more sustainable cities and regions. And presently we have some 90 researchers involved in our activities, among them some 20 PhD students. And we have approximately 50 ongoing research projects and 3 to 4 annual courses for professionals and students, all about and with a focus on public transport and its role in society. So, and I would like to emphasize that a hallmark of what we do is really to build collaboration between research and practice in order to make the public transport industry more based on scientific knowledge.
Very good. John, I mentioned the halftime evaluation, and that in that we were recommended to work more closely with the public transportation sector, basically because shared mobility, new digital solutions, and self-driving vehicles, buses are expected to provide huge benefits to public transport and maybe even transform the whole concept. Do you share that picture?
Well, I must say that I certainly do. I think if we look back at how public transport developed over the past 100 years or so, it's been a journey towards more integrated solutions. I think today we take it more or less for granted that you can use the same public transport ticket for all public transport in a region, but that was not always the case. So there has been a continuous integration, and that has to continue. And I think the challenge ahead is not to integrate public transport with public transport. The challenge ahead is to integrate public transport with other modes of mobility. And that will, just as you said, Jan, that will open up for brand new solutions that will challenge the very definition of what public transport is and what it can be in the future. And I think that's extremely exciting and very, very promising for the future.
Very good. So shortly, what's your main expectations from joining in Drive Sweden? What do you expect from your end coming out of it? Although we will be pleased of having you closer to us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I think we all have our own perceptions, our own perspectives, mindsets that shape our understanding of the present and of the future. And I think it's very crucial that we challenge our own perceptions. And we need to do that by interacting with people coming from other sectors or with other perspectives. And I think Drive Sweden is a very good arena for creating those meetings. And that's what I hope that Drive Sweden will bring to us, that an opportunity to meet people coming from other modes of transportation, working with different perspectives. And I think that can bring new ideas, new possibilities.
Great. Thank you, Jan, for joining us, and I hope you stay on for the rest of the conference. We will move on to Asta Zero. Peter, I mentioned in the video that you didn't get a chance to listen to that we had once we started Drive Sweden, there were 17 partners. Since then, we actually multiplied that number by 10. So this fall, we passed the 174 limit. You were one of the most early, or the early ones to sign on. And at that time, we all were a bit more focused on self-driving per se. But I would argue that today we're looking at a much more systemic picture. So I'm going to come back to that. But first, given that everyone may not be totally up to date on what Asta Zero does, please share us with what is it you do up in the forest outside of Borås, Peter?
So what is Asta Zero?
Yeah.
This is a part of Asta Zero that you see behind me. Asta Zero is a proving ground, and we're neutral and open. We're owned by Research Institutes of Sweden, RISE, and also Chalmers. We work as a neutral and open meeting place, experimentation and research place, and development place for all the actors in the automated transportation system, obviously the vehicles, but also the cloud providers, the connectivity companies, the research on policy labs, what have you. Everybody are welcome and can do research and development at Asta Zero.
Great. And coming back to the question I started phrasing here, we moved from a very tech-oriented way of working to a much more integrated, systemic way of looking at things. That has certainly affected Drive Sweden and our setup, but have you seen that change in your offering to your customer as well?
Yes, most definitely. I showed you asphalt just previously, and that's something very important important interface for a vehicle, right? But asphalt is not the only interface that you need for self-driving vehicles. You also need the connectivity. You need the cloud. You need a lot of things that aren't visible when you're at the proving ground. And we've undergone a similar transformation. All of these interfaces for the vehicle, they are needed in order to develop the self-driving vehicles, just as important as the asphalt is. So we've gone from providing just an interface for a vehicle to be on to being a holistic environment in which vehicles can be co-developed with their interfacing systems, like control towers, like connectivity, and obviously also tested for instance, cybersecurity and the like. So Astasera has gone from a part of system-centric approach to transportation system level. And in effect, since we have all of these systems and possibilities in place on the proving ground, in the test environment, we're actually a very early miniature prototype of the automated transportation in itself.
Great. Over the years, you have been part of a number of projects. In some cases, you've been just providing the proving grounds to other projects, and in sometimes you've been part of an active participating partner in a Drive Sweden project. Do you have any favorite projects you would like to select and mention here as something that has been extremely valuable or extra valuable?
Well, if I just had to choose one, we'd be sitting all day otherwise here. I'd go for Krabat. We were part of a sub-project that dealt with defining test cases for self-driving vehicles. So just like you need to make sure that they work in everyday ordinary traffic, you also need to be able to define test cases so you can do repeatable development and research experiments on them and make sure that they can handle the situations. But it's a challenge to find these test cases. And in Krabat, the sub-project, we did such a study involving both Viscando, which is an infrastructure sensing company, and Sensact, which is a vehicle-centric development company dealing with self-driving, for instance. So we formed a multidisciplinary team with one startup, one established auto company, if you will, Sensact, and Astasero, a neutral test bed to define these test cases. But we're also multidisciplinary in the sense that there was one sensing company, one vehicle domain company, and one proving ground. So this multidisciplinary approach in the project made it possible to arrive faster at better conclusions and in a more efficient way. And I think this is part of the secret sauce of Drive Sweden.
Well, that's great to hear. Now, I mentioned that we passed our halfway evaluation and we will keep running for at least 6 more years if we behave. And in order to do that, obviously we would like to run some really exciting projects. If you would dream freely, what would be a dream project for you to pursue here over the next 6 years?
So I'd like to continue in the same style as the Krabat project that I mentioned, but I'd like to involve even more stakeholders. For instance, could we establish a state-of-the-art way of verifying and validating self-driving vehicles in their systems? That would be super exciting. Or perhaps doing policy lab work in multidisciplinary projects with vehicle developers, connectivity developers, as well as policy labs, and actually do experimentation on the policies and on the rules, finding better rules faster for the self-driving and automated transportation system. Those two would be super exciting.
We spoke about also in the video that you didn't really get to listen to, that Drive Sweden has grown much more international than we were supposed to be in the end. And I guess, Astasero, when you were born, you were also supposed to be more of a Swedish activity. I know you're under NDAs with all your customers, but can you comment anything about if there are other companies than the Swedish usual suspects, one using your facilities?
Yeah, so for instance, Aptiv is a customer of ours. We've had Skoda here on the proving ground, and actually even non-European companies we work with. Also one initiative that you helped us start with, an international collaboration with other proving grounds in US and in Korea, for instance, is happening. So we've actually gone from a very Sweden-oriented way of working to much more international. Yes, for sure.
Great. Peter, it's a pleasure having you and John on board this conference. Sorry for screwing up the timing here with a failed recording, but we appreciate you being here, and we'll be looking forward to working with you guys going further as well. So thanks, Peter. Thanks, John.
Likewise. Cheers.
So that was a great recap on what has been done over the years, what is happening right now, and what we should be looking forward to for the next half period of Drive Sweden. With that, we're going to change gears and look at sustainable mobility from another, maybe a little bit more political perspective. Swedish know-how plays an important role in the global digital and green transition. And Swedish companies, as was exemplified by Peter here already, in the transportation domain with all our vehicle manufacturers, they represent a huge part of Sweden's export sales. Therefore, we are very happy to have Anna Hallberg, the Swedish Minister for Foreign Trade and Nordic Affairs, joining us today. We realize that you have a very busy schedule, so we really appreciate you giving us your time today. Anna, please join us here.
Thank you very much, Jan, and thank you for having me and for the invitation to participate in this year's Drive Sweden Forum. And so let me elaborate a bit around, not only from a political point of view, but also from a strategic and holistic point of view, the importance of this initiative, Drive Sweden, but also the importance of the sector as such for Sweden right now and the development going forward. And I understand there's a large number of participants around the world with us here today, so I'm very happy about that. And I'm sure that we will have some time at least for one question or maybe two questions at the end of this, so we maybe can have some kind of a dialogue as well. I think it's very interesting to follow the development of Sweden's strategic innovation programs, of course, from the government's point of view. That's very important. That's a way to have a format where we can work in this, well, you call it the traditional way, the triple helix model. But also, and that's of course important in general, but also in Drive Sweden in particular, as this is indeed a very important sector, and the importance of this sector is really growing right now. And we are so credible. When I travel abroad, which I've been able to do this fall, these couple of weeks right now, it's a bit of a challenge due to the pandemic again, but when I meet my colleagues in other countries and when I go with Swedish companies abroad and try to promote Sweden, I see this sector is vital for us as being able to show how we can collaborate within the sector and how we can innovate together and how we can co-create together. And I also think this is it's a very obvious way to see how we can combine the fulfilling of the Agenda 2030 in a broad context with innovation and growth and economic growth and job creating. And since I became the Minister for Trade and Nordic Affairs about 2.5 years ago, the Swedish government and me myself, of course, has worked consistently to promote an open and free and sustainable trade, both in the Nordic region, in the EU, of course, which is our main platform, but also globally. And I think it's easy sometimes as a Swede to take that for granted. But I mean, we are seeing, we are in a very, or let me put it this way, we are in a challenging times both when it comes to of course, security aspects. We all know about that these days, but also from a geopolitical context in a broader way, which has influenced trade for a couple of years now. But also, of course, the pandemic has put some really pressure on global value chains and on trade as such. And we've been in this situation for a couple of years now. But despite that, we can see that the trade in Sweden and the export and import of Sweden has really now, I got the fresh figures today, we are above the levels of trade before the pandemic. So we have been able to really to make a new start, and also to in a very quick way try to adjust to these new situations. And one reason, I think, is that we have a fantastic export industry in Sweden, but we also have these kind of sectors that we are about to talk about here today, where we collaborate and we see new ways and try to adapt to new situations together. And that is so important. When we have the research institutes, we have the academia, we have, of course, the government and the political influence and the will from our as politicians to very quickly try to move in with measures to meet these challenges. And I think we can say that, at least from the government point of view, we have done historical adjustments to the budget and to the export industry to try to balance this very hard period during the pandemic. It's been very welcome, but from the companies, of course, as well. And I'm quite optimistic now. We move into the new year. 2022 is a challenging start, but I think we are in so many ways in Sweden at the forefront. And when I was in the United States a couple of months ago and met with my colleagues there, the Biden administration, I heard again that Sweden, we punch above our weight, and we talk about these sectors as for instance, the automotive sector, with really self-confidence from Sweden's point of view. And we can talk with large economies like the US or other parts of the world, and they are so interested in having us as partners. Because Sweden is very much in the lead of innovation and digitalization. And I see definitely a role here for Drive Sweden to push this agenda forward. Because we need to push, we need to sustain the front, because we can never, and then we can never really relax and lean backward, not even for a moment, because we all know the competition is so hard, but we are at the forefront today. And but we also have set such ambitious goals from Sweden's point of view to cut emissions in the transportation sector by 70% between 2010 and 2030. Domestic aviation excluded in that part. And we know how transportation is really they're willing to do so, this sector, but it's also a challenge regarding cutting emissions in this sector. And therefore, I think the discussion here today, how can we do this together? How can we put this as really, it's a challenge, but it's also a fantastic opportunity, because we have solutions which the world is asking for right now. Mm-hmm. And I think that Swedish triple helix tradition of cooperation between government, business, and academia, again, this is the key for success for our society in general and our innovation system in particular. And we're all part of what we usually call Team Sweden. And this is also the basic for strategic innovation programs and the spectrum of today's participants. I think when I looked at participants, I think it's a testimony to that. And finally, we are now seeing a green industrial revolution in Sweden. And in that context, the transportation sector is really a key part of that. And if we look at I usually call it the green chain, where we have one of the world's most sustainable mining sectors. We take up the iron ore from the ground, that we soon have the green steel production. We soon have a fantastic green battery production, and we have vehicle producers with almost completely green vehicles soon. I think this is really what Sweden can show almost no other country or region can show. That's why we are so interesting. That's why I think we can both promote these solutions worldwide, but we can also attract investors and competence to come to Sweden. And we say we have a wording now this year because we have an investment promotion going on this year in the government and business Sweden. We call it Join Sweden. Come and join us. And I think it's really a very good timing for that and try to do that together. So it's by working together that we are able to really solve global challenges with Swedish solutions. And like in the pandemic, the climate crisis and the geopolitical tensions is more important than ever to stay open, not to close down ourselves and try to find our own solutions, but to stay open and find global partnerships. So some countries tend to turn inwards. That's what we call protectionism. We don't believe in that. We believe on the contrary, we believe that we need more, not less trade, more, not less cooperation and collaboration. So I think I stop there and I'm happy to answer some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you addressed quite a lot of the questions that we had lined up here. And I want to comment on that. I mean, we had Malin, who should have joined me here today, who's unfortunately out in COVID. She really appreciated the visit that you were part of to Italy with the Crown Princess couple. And we're already seeing the outcome of that kind of a trip. And I'm sure that that will benefit Sweden going forward. You mentioned that as part of your comment here, that the Strategic Innovation Program, they promote collaboration, and I couldn't agree more. I think the key in certainly transitioning the way we travel and move our goods in cities and in the countryside, that will change, and that will take a lot of collaboration. So do you support that thing that the unique way of collaborating across different segments in Sweden, is that as important as I like to think?
Absolutely. And I think we need to consistently evaluate and reevaluate what kind of partnerships do we need. Sometimes we need to close down partnerships, or sometimes we need, because we can't just add on. So I think we need to be a bit, it might sound a bit odd maybe, but we have to be, we shouldn't be too backward looking, because we need to be always forward-looking in what do the society need, what do the respective clients need, what are they willing to pay for, and with that as a basic ground, it might sound very obvious, but we need to evaluate the partnerships and how can we form new partnerships, and consistently also evaluate international and global partnerships, but because that is also one way of de-escalating the tensions right now in other areas when it comes to geopolitical tensions and so on. So I think that's a broad spectrum of partners. Consistently re-evaluating those partnerships is absolutely necessary. And not only does these partnerships promote competitiveness of Sweden in this sector, as we're talking about here today, but it also contribute to reaching what I talked about earlier, the net zero emissions, because we have some very distinct goals that we have to reach together. And I know that this sector is really willing to do that, because they're also a part and the core of the competitiveness of the sector. So I think Drive Sweden is an example of the Swedish innovation model of government, business, and academia, and how we can work in practice. And I was happy to see that with my own eyes when we were in Italy together, as you just mentioned, Jan, because when we go abroad and we can present this together, it's really also for me as a Swede, I can see that we really have a model here that is working, but we need to work on it and not to take it for granted.
Very good. I love hearing that, and we'll take the challenge that you've given us. We will keep working, and we appreciate your support. So thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a good day. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much, and have a good conference, and thank you for having me. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. With that, we're moving on. We all know that sharing in knowledge from our innovation projects is fundamental for driving the development forward. We all know also that digitalization of the transport system is a strong trend. And of course, we have several projects supporting that. Now, Josephine, you will be moderating an exciting lineup of projects and updates from our partners. So please take it away.
Thank you, Jan. Now, during today, we will be focusing on different parts of the main theme, where our next part of the agenda will be focusing on the digital infrastructure. This part of the agenda will give us insights on where data can and could be shared to enable new mobility solutions, the need and development of control towers, and how we can use new technologies to manage the mobility system. Our next session will be featuring 3 different speakers, where we already have Stefan in view here, Nyberg from Ericsson, who will start us off by telling us more about the Drive Sweden Innovation Cloud and how it's an integral part of building control towers. This will be followed by a sit-down together with Eliza Bin from KTH, who has project managed the Drive Sweden project AVTCT, together with Sigmar Dolins from RISE, who's been a part of the project 5G Ride, for a discussion on where we are headed towards control towers. But please, Stefan, start the show.
Thank you, Josephine. So I would like to give a short introduction to the concept of control towers that we have been working with within Drive Sweden for several years. So let me try to share my screen. The idea of the control tower was invented within several projects. Several Drive Sweden partners came to the conclusion quite early that self-driving vehicles, new mobility services, shared mobility needed to be connected and coordinated in a smart way for this to happen. And quite early in the project, let's see how I switch to next slide. The issue changing slides. There we go. Quite early in the project, we established a digital roadmap. How were we going to get to automated mobility? What technology was needed behind the scenes? Quite early, we figured out that vehicles, travelers, everything needed to be connected. We also thought that there would be a need for a digital twin and a way of sharing data between actors. So quite early, we established what we call the Drive Sweden Innovation Cloud for that purpose. And it didn't take long until the concept of control tower or traffic tower or other types of towers supporting automated mobility was invented. And how did that happen? And what is the control tower actually doing? So basically, if we look at the case of a vehicle trying to become self-driving on a high level, you would still today, in most self-driving vehicles, you will still have a driver ready to take over because the technology is not really there to take all the vehicles without driver from A to B. And why is that then? So in this case, this vehicle in self-driving mode would only see with its sensors and cameras in front of the vehicle what's happening there. You would not see what's happening a bit further. You will not see what's happening around the corner. You don't have the context on your journey from A to B. So what we then discovered was, what if we could connect as many actors, as much data as possible to enable to cover the entire route that you were planning to travel. And obviously, we then figured out that we needed to have secure connectivity along the route. And quite happily, the move towards automated mobility is happening quite the same time as we are moving into 5G mobile communication. Which then can solve many of the communication issues. But there was need for something more as well. And that's when we started collaborating with control towers and traffic towers. And the control tower we have been testing today in several Drive Sweden projects, which you soon will hear more about, is managing the connectivity along the route. It gives you an extended horizon. It gives you, in some projects, the opportunity to actually remotely operate vehicles, and it's focusing a lot to be able to automate fleets. Then we have also seen towers more oriented on a traffic level, maybe on a city level, to look more at the entire city traffic management, which is, of course, important as well. And I think we will see tower functionality also moving towards what we could call mobility towers, that is managing new mobility services, including shared mobility as well. And looking at the connected traffic tower that we have in operation within Drive Sweden, it is used in several Drive Sweden projects, and it is based on Drive Sweden Innovation Cloud. So any Drive Sweden member can use this digital platform. And as I mentioned, it is managing the connectivity along the route. It is managing the fleet of automated vehicles along the route. And it's aiming to be able to operate automated fleets without a safety driver on board. So with that, I would just like to conclude that we believe that together driving is better than self-driving, and the control tower is one important part of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for setting the scene and giving us an overview of the impressive developments as well, not just of the traffic control tower function, but also of the innovation cloud. It's really a backbone for many of our projects. So thank you so much for giving us an overview there. And we will now be focusing back here on the studio, where I have some company, which I'm very happy about, with Eliza and with Sigma. So some of you might not know Sigma and Eliza from before. So as I mentioned in the introduction, they've both been running projects, Drive Sweden projects, in connection to control towers and remote driving. So Eliza and Sigma, would you please introduce yourselves to the audience and your projects? Eliza, please start.
Yes, so my name is Elisabeth, and I'm a PhD student in KTH. And I've been working in the project AVTCT. AVTCT stands for Automated Vehicle Traffic Control Tower. And in the project, we have been trying to define what is and what its role is, and trying to understand what ecosystem of control tower might be needed in order to enable a future with a safe and efficient transport system. Moreover, we have investigated the tech side of the work and trying to understand what is already available and what needs to be further investigated. And finally, we've demonstrated the findings through demo in our testbed. And I should mention that the partners in this project are Ericsson, Telia, Scania, Volvo, Carmenta, Trafikverket, and KTH. It has been a great pleasure to work together.
Thank you so much, Elisa. Sigma.
Hi, I'm Sigma. I'm a researcher at RISE, Research Institutes of Sweden. I'm also an industrial PhD student with Keolis, and I work with them investigating autonomous public transport. So at the 5G Ride project, this has been a very unique collaboration consortium between Telia, Intel, Ericsson, Keolis, and T Engineering in order to develop autonomous vehicles for use with public transport. And we've actually recently expanded with new partners, Scania and Viscando, and we're doing that in order to iterate and develop comforting and familiar passenger processes while still using new technology.
Great, thank you. And the theme of this session is control towers, and which really doesn't yet have a given definition, even though we've been introduced to it now by Stefan. Having your respective project in mind, what is a control tower and what does it do? Sigma, please.
At 5G Ride, we've been aiming for autonomous driving, but we know that the passenger is going to require comfort and assistance throughout their journey. So for us, the control tower has been kind of a magical thing, because using AI, we're actually able to empower remote operators to manage as many as 3 or 4 vehicles while also increasing the level of personal attention that they can give to each passenger and to each vehicle. Now, that might sound a bit contradictory in terms, but if you consider it this way, in contemporary public transport, you can't stop the bus driver while they're driving and ask them for help with something like a lost bag or a missing cell phone. But with the control tower, a passenger would be able to reach a real person at any time for any reason.
That's great. And Elisa?
Yes, so we have spent a lot of effort, and we've discussed and interviewed experts as well in order to try to have a definition of control tower. So what we came up with as a control tower in our project is a collection of off-vehicle services, semi-supervised by a human operator. By service here, we mean anything that can affect the operation of the vehicles and that can affect it directly or indirectly. Some of the services that we have considered are, of course, remote driving, but also things like logistic planning or send information on the traffic flow or emergency situation and geofencing, of course.
Thank you. We'll be seeing completely new services then in both areas. Very interesting. Sigma, a question to you. And in the 5G Bride project, you have several systems interlocking and working together, like the Innovation Cloud, which Stefan mentioned, remote driving, the control tower. What type of supporting infrastructure will you need to enable this service you've been piloting?
That's a really interesting question. Firstly, we've been able to verify that the latency between the control tower and the vehicle has been minimized enough so that we can ensure that there's safe operation for the services. So that's really important because there is a zero tolerance policy for error here. So the expansion of the 5G network is absolutely crucial. But beyond that, literal infrastructure is needed actually, and that means smart street design. So for example, rounded street corners, rounded intersection corners, so that ensures better visibility for sensors.
Cool. Elisa, focus within the AVTCT has been more on the control tower functionality and its role. What type of control towers could exist in the future, and what role will these have in the mobility system? Stefan showed a couple, but yeah. I'm sure you have more.
Yeah, that was very interesting to see the perspective there. So from our research, we tried to identify different use cases. So I will be focusing today on the good transport use cases because I think it would be interesting and simple to convey the message. So different control towers would be needed, and in particular synergies between different stakeholders, that they can work together in order to ensure this ecosystem that can enable a safe and efficient transport system. So in terms of different kinds of control tower, we have identified firstly what we call fleet owner control tower. And this is the one that we believe are going to be closer to the vehicle, where the operator will actually be able to remote steer the vehicle. Moreover, we believe there is the need of a public control tower, what we call road manager control tower. And this is where the traffic information and emergency situation, geofencing might be handled. Moreover, in case of a confined area, that will need its own control tower that will set the rules and regulation and limitation within the area and allow vehicles to get in and get out when they are needed. So yeah, in conclusion, I think the most interesting findings is this synergy between different stakeholders that have to work together to enable this future.
So there's more to explore to see how these will function together as well.
Exactly.
Interesting. So now that we sort of landed and started to understand that there are many different types of control towers, they have different functions and needs to support the different systems that we've been talking about. Who will be operating these different control towers in the future? Sigma, would you like to start?
Well, I think we have a very exciting but challenging task ahead of us, and that's to develop public transit systems so that the traditional role, the traditional bus driver role, actually evolves into more of a customer service role, and that these people are expected to do less and less active guiding of the vehicle. This is a really good thing. represents a significant opportunity for improved working conditions for public transit employees. And that means one day we could have a situation where operating a vehicle is a work from home situation.
Yeah, so from our project, we have identified different kinds of control tower, and we believe that the role of operator might be very different between one and the other. Of course, there will be some like actually remote driving operation that will be needed, but other kinds of tasks will need other skills, and that will be more of a desk job instead. In terms of the operation phase of a control tower, we think they will have different level of automation, meaning some tasks will be handled autonomously by the AI in the control tower, but some other tasks will of course need an operator to take over and make the final decision.
So we actually have a question from the audience, I think just have your projects in mind. It might be that you haven't touched upon it, but if you have, I'm very happy if the questionee can get an answer to their question. So the question is, in addition to technical and operational infrastructure requirements for these types of services we're discussing, have you touched upon any legal requirements in connection to your projects? Lisa?
Yeah, so we have been discussing a lot legal requirements, and we see that there is a need of like a more precise legal framework that will enable these services to get out in the real world, out from the lab, I mean. So I don't have like a specific answer on particular legal aspects, but I see a lot of discussion on the topic, and I hope in the upcoming future we will have a legal framework around this.
Sigma, would you like to add something?
That's very similar. There is a definite need to expand how we think of sharing information, especially in the public transport system. A lot of people view themselves in the public sphere, but how they actually exchange information in that, they haven't considered at an individual level. So yeah, a lot more interesting work to be done in this.
Well, we can then say to the audience and to you as well then that it sounds like a great Drive Sweden project. I'd love to see that in our project portfolio. So encouragement to you all then to start looking into these questions. And we're running out of time, I'm afraid. Thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. It's been a real pleasure. And we can be expecting to see much more of the control towers moving forward, I believe. So I find it intriguing that new solutions we see on the way have completely different needs of support and might demand both new business models, but also completely new competencies and roles. So I'm very happy to introduce the next presentation, where we will be giving a view on what's been a very hot topic these past few years, meaning micromobility and specifically e-scooters. So our next speaker, Shahira Gojipar, has been managing the project Data-Driven Control of Micromobility in the Public Space, and will be sharing more with us about how digital tools can more effectively manage smaller vehicles. Please, Shahira, welcome and tell us more.
Thank you very much. Let's see if I get the sharing right. Do you see the presentation right now?
No, we don't.
Oh, all right. Let me try again. How about now?
Yes, now we see it.
Yeah, great. Hi, I can start by thank you for the opportunity to present our work with electric scooters. And as you told them, my name is Shahira Gojipar, and I work with Urban Transport Administration, where I coordinate our work with electric scooter rentals. And I'm going to tell you today about one of the tools that we've developed that we use in our work. I'm going to start by providing some background information about the current situation in Gothenburg when it comes to scooter traffic, and tell you a little bit about the permits and agreements that we've used to regulate the companies Follow that up with some info about the digital platform that we've developed called the Cityscope, and talk a little bit about how it's set up, how we use it as a tool in our daily work for planning, for regulation, and for enforcement. And I'll finish up by sharing some of the limitations that we've encountered in our work with the system. The current situation, the scooter rentals, they were introduced in Gothenburg in 2018. And in the beginning, we had fewer than 1,000 vehicles for months. And at that level, there were very few complaints. So there it wasn't problematic, but the market grew rather quickly. So today we have 6 companies operating in the city, and they had combined permits for up to 10,500 vehicles during the summer season 2021. In real times, it was topped out of the somewhat lower at 9,500 vehicles in September. But the number of trips in particular saw a substantial increase in 2021, more than doubled compared to previous years. And we had close to 1 million trips in July, for example. So they are a substantial part of the traffic system today. And from early on, we've had a voluntary agreement with the companies with the stipulated conditions, but no real enforcement mechanism really. Nowadays, however, we also demand a land use permit. That's a permit issued by the police. And to this permit, we have attached a number of binding conditions that deal with different areas, among them conditions on geofencing, on cooperation with the municipality, as well as on data sharing. And the explosion of the market size, of course, brought with it a number of significant challenges, and it increased our need to have tools to better understand how this market works to begin with, and also provide us with better possibilities to regulate, monitor the scooter rentals. And that brings us to the project itself, which is the digital platform called Cityscope. It was developed in a cooperative project between the city of Gothenburg and Voi Scooters, with French company Vianova supplying the platform itself. So what is it? It's a digital communication and monitoring platform based on mobility data specification protocol, which is an open source communication protocol maintained by Open Mobility Foundation, which has become somewhat of a standard. It offers us a provider API through which we can analyze the data about the vehicles that the companies feed into a platform. And that gives us a number of different variables that we can examine and analyze over time. Some of these are visualized through a dashboard, and you can see some examples of that in the pictures to the right here, which is where they're spread in the city. And this data is, of course, useful for both planning and analysis, but it's also useful for monitoring compliance with the regulations we have. For example, we used this data just recently in the work we did with coming up with caps for the number of vehicles allowed in the city for the next permit period. The system provides us also with a policy API, and through that we can add geofence regulations and communicate them digitally with the companies. These include static geofences, mostly no parking zones, low speed zones, and no-go zones at the moment for us. But it also gives us possibilities for dynamic geofences, meaning there are limited periods in place. And examples are, for example, the low speed zone we have in the whole city during weekend nights, which is there in order to minimize crash risk for intoxicated riders, basically. We have also tested this with temporary events in parks, for example, where we had a no parking zone in a park during the weekend when they had an event. And in this picture here, you can see some of the geofence zones that we have. These are our static zones. And you can see that in the picture, you can also see where the scooters are. And the green dots are the scooters that are available to customers, and the red ones are scooters that are out there but are unavailable to customers for some reason. How about the limitations? Of course, we've had a number of them. One of the main one being that the data quality varies depending on the capabilities of the hardware of the different vehicles. But it's also dependent on how well the data specification is implemented. So if the operations teams of the companies don't handle the data states correctly, the data quality suffers. It's also very time intensive to verify the data. And then there are the limitations with NGS itself. It lacks speed data, for example, so we can set low speed zones, but we can't monitor compliance with the system. The standard doesn't provide any tilt data, so we can't see if the vehicles are standing up or lying down, despite most of the modern vehicles being able to provide that data. And finally, it's very difficult to judge if a vehicle is parked correctly or not because of the imprecise nature of the GPS. So if you don't have a station-based system with marked zones, it's impossible to say if they're parked correctly or not with the system as it is right now. That is all I have for you today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Shaira. And we have your contact details here as well if the audience have more questions. But I mean, I've just written so many things down from your presentation because I find it really interesting to see how these new tools as geofencing and standardized data protocols for exchanging information with the vehicles really can change sort of how you do your work from the city side. I have a question actually in relation to how have you as the city experienced a change in a way of working? You mentioned that you don't have certain competences that you see that you've needed, for example, to handle the data streams incoming and to handle them properly. How are you looking into taking those learnings forward? Is it new types of persons who will be involved in the city management, or how have the discussions been going there?
Well, the data issue is mostly with the operation teams of the companies themselves. It's about the states of the data in the scooters. So when they service the scooters, they have to change the states correctly for it to turn up correctly in our system. And well, the operations teams are not data scientists. So there's a knowledge gap basically, so they don't handle it correctly. So we have the wrong information when they don't do it correctly in the platform. So, and verifying it physically is very, very difficult and time intensive.
I see.
So it's about the operations teams really getting better and getting more educated as time goes by.
And we also have a question for the audience in regard to working with these new types of tools like geofencing you were mentioning, which become more like digital traffic rules that you can quickly get out to vehicles in different shapes and forms. Will we be seeing this type of tool being used on other vehicles than e-scooters?
It's very possible, yes. I mean, we have other projects within the municipality looking at this, for example, for our service vehicles, because it's very important with the speed adaptation that they drive within the speed limits. So they're looking into geofence zones for them. But yeah, it could be basically used for all the mobility services that are going to come and increase.
Well, I have so many more questions for you, but I'm afraid we're running out of time and have a short break plan now. So thank you so much, Shaira, for your great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will now be running into a short break for us all to grab a cup of coffee and stretch our legs a bit. So we will see you back here at 11:05. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We will now be moving from two-wheelers with drivers to focusing on what the Swedish Transport Administration is working on in relation to enabling future mobility solutions. Olof Johansson, Head of Digitalisation at the Swedish Transport Administration, will be giving us a sneak peek into the Swedish National Plan for Digitalisation and Automation of the Transport System being launched the start of this year. And after Olof has given us an introduction, we will have a short chat about the topics presented. So over to you, Olof.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Can you see my screen as well?
Yes, we can.
Ah, great. Great to be here. Yeah, so in spring now we will release our new roadmap. And we have the last one we released in 2019, and this is an updated version, and it will be released around March, April. So this is a sneak peek for you, and I hope you will enjoy it. In our roadmap, like, we want to point out what Trafikverket are looking at, and the roadmap is containing both 30+ measures, around 30-35, and that's kind of actual specific measures that we want to do in the road transport system. But it also points out certain areas of focus, and I will show them later on here. And just to point out that cooperation is a key in this work. So we point this out because then we want to have a dialogue with you, all the external actors, and we want to take the measures and the focus areas further on in that way. If we look at the roadmap, we have the certain measures, the 30+ ones. We point them out in 7 clusters. And these clusters is supposed to point out the whole development of the road transport system where we use digitalization. So the first one is where we use proactive road traffic management. And that could be about cooperated and connected traffic signals, for example. The second cluster is within the multimodal travel and transport. And that could be about like our role for using hubs and nodes for multimodal flight, for example. If we look at this third one, it's about data about the condition of road infrastructure. I will show you an example a little bit more in the next slide. If we look further on, we also have one cluster that where we use, you can say, improved planning documentation. So we use data in new ways to be able to better predict and to point out where we should put in measures in the infrastructure. So it's all about using data and information in new ways. And that could be about analyzing data to address, for example, air quality problems. So that could be one of the measures. The fifth area is about connecting vehicles and geofencing. It's a big area of focus, and I've heard you talked about geofencing here before as well. And it's an area where a lot of things are happening, and of course we are a part of that development. We have a lot of measures within this cluster, and for example, one example there is how we geofence roadworks. So another one is about smart zones. So that's also an area of, where a lot of things is happening, and we point some measures out. If we look at the 2 last clusters, we have one cluster that we call digital optimizing measures. We use something we call optimizing measures to be able to use new kind of actions and measures where we that can be more efficient than maybe doing a big project where we do a large construction project. And that can be about handling seasonal variations, for example, in traffic flows. For example, if we go into the Swedish fjällen, for example, Sälen has problems going in certain days or weeks of the year. And the last area of focus is we use digital maintenance and construction of the road infrastructure. And that could be about how we use automated machines in the larger construction projects. So as you see, we have these 7 clusters, and they try to take the whole picture of the digitalization of the road transport system. Of course, when the roadmap is released, you can go in and see every measure and look more at it. And we have like the measures are divided then into what we have to do in short term, medium term, and long term. If we then look at the certain example using efficient winter maintenance when we use vehicle data. This is an area where we have been working a long time. So this is one measure in about one of the like 30 plus measures. Here we have been having a lot of research. We have been doing tests, and now it's about to take the next step to deploy these certain actions and also going out in procurements. So this is an ongoing project or ongoing area and we want to take the next step. And then we'll also point out in the long-term run what we want to do. So we think this is very interesting and important part, using data in new ways. So the roadmap is a lot about data. Going on then to the focus areas, and these focus areas, I want to point out that these are more, we have to develop them in a systematical way. We have to do it together in both international and nationally. If you look at Drive Sweden is having, you can like really see these areas of focus also in the Drive Sweden thematic areas, for example. So this is a work that we do together with a lot of parties. But we also want to point out that it's very important, like you can do one measure in the short-term perspective. If you want to get use of digitalization in the big picture, we have to develop these kind of focus areas together. So as you see, I think you recognize them, but for example, we of course want to see the physical road infrastructure. How should we develop that in the long-term run? What do we have to do? And in these kind of focus areas, we also point out standpoints for Trafikverket, so we can be very like proactive and clear to you as external parties. And for example, one standpoint that we have is that the intelligence should be in the vehicles, and it's more about smaller adjustments of infrastructure. It's too like it's too big of a system in Sweden to make bigger adjustment. And one other, if you look further, is how we use data, or how we provide data in new ways. And one example is about digital traffic rules. So for example, we point out that the data that we are responsible, we should also provide it in an efficient and good way. And as you see the picture to the left and to the right, like the long-term goal is that we can have all the data available in a digital way. So that was a sneak peek, and I think we have some discussion ahead, Josephine.
Thank you so much, Olof. And I got the pleasure as well to have a short presentation from you before Forum as well, just to get an introduction to the plan. So I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Yep.
And to begin with, would you please turn your slide sharing off so the audience can see us as well?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries, thank you. So what would you say are the main differences from the last plan you published in 2019? What are the big differences?
I would say the biggest difference is this plan is broader and wider. It has more perspectives, more actions within maintenance, within traffic management, within how we use digitalization in our construction products and so on. So it takes a bigger picture, and it has developed in that way. I would say that's the biggest difference.
And I think you mentioned digital traffic rules in the end here as well, but you also mentioned geofencing, as Shaira did previously as well, but in connection to micromobility. How come you choose to focus a bit extra on this area? What do you see there's a potential in elaborating and using geofencing more?
I think like we see a very big potential in geofencing. Like you can see potential both in traffic safety measures, for example, and also getting use of the infrastructure more efficiently. So I think geofencing is the area maybe where we have gotten the furthest on in terms of cooperation together with industry and academia. So this is a very big area of focus, and yeah, I just think it's so much potential within geofencing, and it could be both about like steering through the traffic rules and also making agreements with different parties that are transporting things in the infrastructure.
Oh, so you mean it doesn't have to be exactly the same as the physical rules that are existing? It could also be more variable rules through agreements then?
It could be, for example, an actor, let's say an actor that procure transports, they can actually say that put in a certain prerequisite that says, okay, on for example, driving over a bridge, they will drive slower than the admitted speed limit, because otherwise it will tear down the infrastructure too fast.
Interesting. In enabling these future mobility system and tools such as geofencing, in the new plan, what, especially in focus then to these, you showed taking down the different signs and moving physical to digital. What role do you see the Swedish Transport Administration to be focusing on? What do you expect yourselves to deliver, and what do other actors in the system need to deliver to create this vision that you were showing?
Yeah, that's a really good and important question. I think, like we of course, the data that we are responsible for and that we provide, we want to make sure that the external actors can take use of it as efficiently as possible. And then, of course, we're looking at like societal effects. So our long-term goal is to be able to, like, in a good way, how do you say, give that out or have it available. Thank you. That's the word. To the actors, like in an efficient way. So this is very important for us to be able to. This is one of like the prerequisites where we, as a big actor, can play a big role. And then, of course, like it's the external actors that are having different digital services and so on. But we want to be like have our data presented in a good and reliable way, I would say.
So we'll see a more interconnected system between many different actors in the digital vehicle system, so to say, that we don't really have today. It's a new role for you then, in some sort.
Yeah, maybe it's a new role, but still it's like maybe that we can in our role we can be maybe more efficient when we have new abilities and availability of data in new ways. So I think maybe our role maybe could be slightly the same, but still we can even though make it better because we can use data in new ways. So maybe a different role, but it depends on how you see it, I would say.
And I have another question more in relation to, I know you're working very specifically in a number of innovation areas that are physically available in Sweden. And in addition to money of the initiatives you mentioned here from projects and collaborations, why do you highlight some of these specific areas, and what potential do you see in working very focused within a number of areas?
Yeah, as like for example, when you want to deploy things out in infrastructure, for example, automated vehicles, we can see that there are challenges with that. And for example, by highlighting some certain areas, we can see that they are more suitable for taking like the step from a test area out in the infrastructure. And that could be about like a road, for example, that has good quality on the road, and maybe not the highest density of cars, so like kind of lower traffic flows. And it could also be about that certain area has good prerequisites and so on. So it's more about that, and that we also can be like focused and say, okay, here we can focus even more and we can do this together. So that's the reason, I would say.
It's all about getting things out and testing them quickly then to see how they work and function.
Definitely, and we see like the more connected the road transport system gets, the more important cooperation is. So I think all actors are seeing that, and we of course want to be one of the actors in the big picture of cooperation.
And my final question is, in the plan you also mentioned, and also in your speech, about predictive maintenance, which we'll be hearing about of one of the next speakers. What potential do you see in working with more data-driven approaches for maintenance and road planning? Like you mentioned Malin, for example.
Yeah. Like for example, like the project I showed with winter, where we used it in the winter maintenance. Before we had like cars that were driving around in this system and trying to like brake and see how slippery is it. I think we got like hundreds of data points. Now we get millions of data points because we can get it from like vehicles that are already out in the system. So the potential is so big, and then we can in real time see what action should be taken where and what action shouldn't be taken where. Maybe we have like making like measures that weren't suitable because it wasn't so slippery that we thought from the beginning. So the data, the amount of data will really help us there, I would say.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Olof, for this chat. And we'll be hearing more and looking forward to the plan also coming out to read more of what you'll be doing. So thank you so much, Olof.
Thanks for inviting me.
Right, now we will be leaving the digital infrastructure and focus more on the needed development in the business models to enable then the digitalization of the mobility system. I would say this as a solution on itself seldomly can stand on its own. We will start this session by giving an update from the Drive Sweden Business Model Lab from Roland Elander at Sustainable Innovation, who's also project manager for the Business Model Lab. After Roland's presentation, we'll get to hear from 2 Business Model Lab cases, followed by a short discussion. Presenters there will be Tobias Fogren, CEO at Freeway, and Lisa Säfenberg, Manager for Circular Solutions at Stora Enso. And I see Roland here on the screen, so please, Roland, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me and the opportunity to present the lab. I start directly with sharing my screen, so hopefully you will see it now.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, perfect. So, as you mentioned, we have formed a lab for business models as part of Drive Sweden. This is managed by ITRL, Integrated Transport and Research Lab at KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, jointly with us at Sustainable Innovation. So we are the parties that hosts the lab. And briefly, we work with the thematic areas and also the scope of Drive Sweden, of course. We are forming this as a lab, mainly for having a learning space. We see that we can provide lots of input to a number of initiatives, tackle hinders, etc. So we focus on general learnings, which are business model driven. And of course, we work with automated, connected, electrified, shared mobility as the scope for the lab, same as Drive Sweden in general. One important thing about the lab is that we also do not just do the business modeling. We try to be a part that supports and at specific project also engage ourselves in verifying and securing the scale up and implementation of the results from the lab, presupposed that we have an ongoing process with a strong commitment from stakeholders. Let's see. The output is always important. What do we get from the lab? And I tried to put that in 4 different areas. So firstly, it's a forum. That's why we have the format of a lab. For business models, development, and that is basically SMEs, innovation companies, and large organizations. That is part of the forum. And then we invite different kind of stakeholders for that provides us with challenges. We also get generalized know-how of business model for future mobility, and we develop methods for have quick learning, MVPs, etc., in order to speed up implementation and scale up. On an annual basis, so far we have generated plus 10 million SEK in approved project applications within the funding system in innovation in Sweden and European Union with partners from the lab. And last but not least, we work with matchmaking, we work with collaborative workshops in order to increase Swedish competitiveness and also matchmaking for new businesses. We have been running this lab since 2019. And at the start, we looked at specific partners for specific areas. So back then in 2019 and 20, it looked like this. So we had themes of electrification, logistics, automation, and mobility as a service. And we're quite happy with the mix of partners. So there are some mass operators, software operators, there are some vehicle producers, and then there are transport companies, as well as technology and data-driven business model providers. And this is how we like it. We like both small and large companies from different sectors. Then we changed this model a bit last year, and this is something we keep for this year. So actually, we are just focusing on specific needs, specific hinders, specific challenges, which have strong stakeholders who want them solved. And then a partner from the lab, regardless who you are, can raise your hand and join the process of solving that. And if we have enough commitment and we have abilities, we take on that challenge and work with the ones that are interested. The lab is actually full for this year, 2022, but we are looking a bit at more specific business cases for public transport, also more data-driven business models. I think the previous speakers was very interesting to look into, and we will do more work in that area. So all that are members of Drive Sweden can apply for being a partner in the lab. So if you are a company or organization within those fields, we have the interest to maybe take on one, might two more partners for this year. We have capacity to have approximately 10, 12, maximum 13 partners during a year. How do we operate? We are, as I mentioned, demand-driven. We look at sustainability challenges within the scope of Drive Sweden. And then we have specific criteria for what kinds of challenges could be useful for us and where we actually can contribute. So it's a threshold, as we are not that many people working in the lab, but we look at if it's within Drive Sweden scope, it's a sustainability challenge, and we have the resources, partners, competence, and ability to provide some progress, and it's also business model driven, then our criteria for the lab are fulfilled. After that, we look at the operational plan for the year, which is formulated right now, actually, for 2022. And we do some priorities for what is possible to squeeze in during a year. From that operational plan, we do a workflow, which starts with thematic workshops. And to those, we bring partners, obviously from the lab, but also external partners who has knowledge, who are stakeholders, who are interested in participating in collaborative business models. So we form the right group for the topic of the workshop. Next step, presuppose that criteria are fulfilled, which means that we have abilities, stakeholder commitment. We look at the business modeling within our business model tools. And this can comprise different kinds of output depending on what's needed. It could be business plan canvases, new collaborations, new collaborative models. We look at new ways of getting income, etc. So it's a quite broad perspective in the business modeling. We adapt to what's needed. And then we have the funding opportunities. And this is also a part where we also are engaged, and this could be input for an investment memorandum if it's a startup or innovation company. It could be finance direct. I mean, if it's a light balance sheet or if it's some partner covers that, funding might not be needed. And also, as I mentioned, we do public funding project and we help support and also be partner in managing those projects. These are examples of thematic workshops. These are the ones we did in 2019, 2020. I'm not going to present them in detail, but the development has been to more specific workshops and stakeholder commitment. So it's more demand driven and it's more specific. So the organizations in the room are the one committed to that specific challenge and has the ability to contribute to a solution. We do some scale up projects. So this, just very briefly, we have looked at electric routes with the Elon Road, which is a partner for taxi in the remotes at airports. We also have, with the partner Lovely, and Bring is also a partner of the lab, looked at new ways to produce vehicles which could be shared and also work well in dense areas such as Stockholm or Oslo, a bit similar to Älskade stad. We look at data and ride sharing with the member Freeway, which you will hear a bit more of later. And also we look, as mentioned before, and that it will be also more focused on data-driven business models. So that's what I would like to present very briefly about the lab. Please contact me if you have further questions or would like to join the lab future-wise. Next thing is that we have 2 cases, as Josephine mentioned, and those cases are very different. So I like to present first a case with a large company who has a new innovation, which is Stora Enso. And after that, we will have a case with the innovation company Freeway. So those are very different to give the broader perspective of what we do in the lab. So this one is large-scale pilot of e-commerce deliveries for refrigerated goods. So this is a market that is supposed to take off, and it most certainly will. It's not that large yet, but it's big in media and it's growing quite rapidly. And what we're looking is a verified unbroken cold chain without putting active cooling during the deliveries, the last mile. And the solution is a cooling unit, or that we do not have a cooling unit in the vehicles during transports. And this is quite important because this means that we can have even freezed, but also refrigerated goods without a cooling unit during transport in the vehicles. And that also means that electric vehicles can be used for those transports. So that could be a possible big shift. The interesting thing is that we have connected sensors and positioning, and the solution is that the box, which you see in the picture, communicates through the connected vehicles to a cloud. We have a new material, which will be presented shortly from Stora Enso and Lisa, that replaces the active cooling in the vehicles, but also plastic boxes that are used today. So this is, in many aspects, more sustainable. And we're targeting a large-scale pilot within Dagab's production with Middagsfrid. This is how the box looks like in a mock-up. This is a trial that we did 1.5 years ago, which was a Corona project where we delivered groceries to people who were sick in Corona or in risk groups, and it was distributed with taxi drivers, which very rapidly lost like 70% of their income. So it was like a double benefit. And I think the interesting part is having a partner like Stora Enso coming from a totally different industry. We combined that with cloud-based solutions, connected vehicles, so we can secure an unbroken cold chain on those two inventions combined. And with that, I'm happy to introduce Lisa Sevenberg at Stora Enso, who is committed to develop this box and is part of the project, which is obviously initiated by the lab and Drive Sweden. So please, Lisa, thanks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Roland, and hello everyone who are listening to this. So I would like to share just maybe 1 to 2 slides. Let's see if I would manage. Can you see my slide now?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm Lisa, and I'm working as a project manager for circular solutions at Stora Enso. And I would just like to share this slide and another one about the material and about this insulating box that we are trying to create now together with Middagsfrid, but also with other customers. So this material, we call it Fibreeze, and it's made of wood pulp and some content of plastic. We need that to make it flexible. And it's 80 to 98% renewable, and it's recyclable with the normal paper board stream. And it's suitable for cushioning, and it has a perfect insulating capacity. So we have now proven that it has the same insulating capacity as EPS. So that's quite interesting for us. It's suitable for if you want to protect an item, or if you want to, in this case, then insulate something. And then just one slide about, just showing this insulating box. So I think since we worked on this other project with you, Roland, the box has slightly changed. Also, this image is not even the last one. So we did some work on the packaging. And what we can say is that basically it reduces 70 to 80% CO2 emission compared to the similar plastic version. And like Roland said, we think it can be quite interesting for customers to look at this, since you can cut the cooling track. So that's the main reason for doing this. Any questions from you, Roland?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa. I think this is so interesting that we can combine capacities from Drive Sweden and mobility sector with like an unexpected innovational large company like Stora Enso coming from a total different industry. But on your side, what would you say is, why did you join the project? Why do you think this is an opportunity for you at Stora Enso?
Well, for us, it's very interesting to be able to do a pretty large scale pilot together with a customer like Middagsfrid. And it's very interesting for us to understand their challenges and what sizes do they need on this box. We're trying 3 different sizes and need to understand their point of view on this, and also to of course to gain some learnings from the data that will be provided in this project. I would say definitely to try this full-scale pilot. It's very interesting for us, and to get the feedback from the end consumers as well, which can be quite hard sometimes.
Yeah, it is. And I was thinking about that. What do you see as main challenges? Is it that you adapt to the challenges of Middagsfrid, or is it broader perspective on your side?
I think one challenge can be to reach Middagsfrid's expectation. I mean, to fulfill all their requirements when it comes to logistics and all that. And also we have an aim to make it reusable. And I think that can be a challenge because we know how the corrugated material acts when it comes to humidity and etc. So how many times can we actually loop this? I think that can be a challenge. And then also, I think one challenge can be, I mean, we can prove this advantage of skipping the cooling track, but how can we present this in a way to make the customer in this case understand that we cannot look at the price per box, but we should look at the bigger picture. We can actually cut the cooling trucks and then they would save money in that way. So I think that could be a challenge as well.
Yes, I think one important thing possibly could look at the broader picture when we look at business models. Yeah. I mean, does the transport in total get less expensive, but maybe the box is a bit more expensive, and it adds up positively. Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to look at that, I think, in the project.
Yeah. Good. And how do you see on the other side possibilities? Is transport sector a new area of business for Stora Enso?
Well, I think the possibility, as I see it, would really be, I mean, the goal with this collaboration is really, if we can solve some issues for Middagsfrid, then I think we could really find a good collaboration with them. So that's definitely one thing. And I definitely think the e-commerce sector, transport within that is really growing. I think all of us can see that, especially after the COVID period, which we had and are the middle of, where we're just forced to use technology and to do things online instead. So I think it's definitely growing for all of us.
Yeah. Do you even see more applications than this one for the same solution?
Yes. I mean, we started looking at the food meal kit segment. I mean, to cut the cooling tracks and enable larger flexibility for the end consumer. But we think the pharma industry is very interesting here because their product itself, it's more expensive in itself, and they require usually longer time for transport. And then our material is really delivering. So the Fibreeze has proving insulating capacity for 2 days. So I think that could be very interesting.
Yeah, it's long. It's good.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you very much, Lisa. Is it something you'd like to add?
No, I'm just looking forward to this collaboration. I think it's, I'm just very glad to be part of this, and thank you for reaching out.
Yeah, so are we. Thanks, Lisa.
Thanks.
With that, we jump to the next case, which is, as I say, radically different. It's with the innovation company Freeway, and the CEO and founder of that company, Tobias Forngren. And it's all about shared mobility, isn't it, Tobias?
Thank you, Roland. Yeah, it's very much focused on combining
transport resources and get a higher fill rate in those. And I will share my screen as well and show some slides of what Freeway is working on. And we focus on a more sustainable mobility. And as you just presented, we are also part of this project with Stora Enso and Lisa in some part, and we are working with combined transportation of goods, but also on transportation of people. And focus areas is within business trips and commuting for companies, organizations, and for their employees. And then we have a focus on the hospitality industry with more sustainable tourism and transportation. And I will give just an overview of the digital platform that Freeway is using. And it's quite flexible, so our customers and partners can choose to use different services from Freeway, but it's actually the same platform that we activate different services from, both for people transportation and goods transportation, and route optimization, ticket selling, and so on. And one specific example that we just started up this autumn, winter, is within tourism in the area of Härjedalen in Sweden, up in the mountain area, where 3 ski resorts and summer resorts, of course, provide the Freeway service to make it possible for people to getting to and from the ski resorts without using their own car. But when you are at the ski resort, you also will be able to getting around in that area. And we solved that with combining both transportation of buses, trains, and from the train station, maybe it can be about 100 kilometers of transfer with a local bus or taxi company. And it will be shared transportation on that. As well as you have the local ski buses, local taxi that can be booked and paid for. And then we have also carpooling or ride sharing for employees working at the ski resorts. And also rental cars, which is not mentioned in the slide. And then for the organization companies using the service for business trips, they can also implement the service for shared taxis to and from airport for the employees or for rental cars. But also when commuting, the employees can use the ride-sharing part of the service. So yeah, that was a brief overview of the Freeway service. Yeah, thank you very much, Tobias. I think as focusing on business models, the beauty of your platform is that you can provide so much more without adding so much, I mean, just fractions of extra cost, extra mileage, etc. So you really increase the transport work with small efforts and small resources. When you were approached by the lab, and we have looked at different aspects of it, but one thing we did was some business modeling, a bit in-depth business modeling on your own business model. How did you find that, and did you see positive outcomes from that? Well, yeah, as I showed on one of the pictures, there's a broad variety of services that we provide with this platform. And it can be used in a lot of different markets, of course. But it was really, really interesting to do the business model to get a better focus on the markets to go ahead and continue on. And outcome from this model lab was this tourist industry or hospitality industry, private companies and organizations, as well as this goods combined transportation part.
So you gained some focus for a specific group.
And it was good to gather a very nice focus on what to continue on.
Good, thank you. And you also been part of actually a number of collaborative projects with large corporations, regions, researchers, etc. How do you find that for the development of your innovative company?
You mean how the cooperation with municipalities, regions?
Yeah, and also, I mean, in a broader sense, the form of working in projects in the innovation system.
Well, for Freeway, it's been really fruitful because it's both been a way to get new customers and to get out with what we actually can do with these services. But also we have started up several cooperation with companies, both in Sweden throughout these projects, but also we are now got from one of these business model labs sessions. We connected with a Norwegian company, so we are launching services at Norwegian ski resorts in a couple of weeks, focusing on home deliveries of goods to people that are living in their mountain cabins from local shops. So it's been very fruitful.
Good. Glad to hear that it's a full circle. Thank you very much.
I can just mention that
sure.
I was not able to start the video, so I'm not that I'm not hiding, but I couldn't show my face.
We often see your face. It's no problem to us. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, Lisa, for giving us the opportunity to understand how the business model lab works and what it generates, and also a perfect example of what can happen after going through the business model lab. So thank you, Roland. Thank you, Tobias, and thank you,
very
Lisa.
much.
Thank you.
And don't hesitate to reach out to Roland if you're interested in getting involved in the business model lab. Now, when discussing collaborative business models and discovering how and if they could work, shaping them into multi-stakeholder projects has, as we heard, proven successful. We will now get an example of such a project, which I have the pleasure to introduce Alfred Lindberg from Universes, who will be teaching us about the project Stockholm Virtual City, paving the way for data-driven maintenance. Please, Alfred, take it away.
Thank you very much. And it's exciting to be here. Look, I'm just going to start sharing my screen here. You let me know if you can see it all right. I hope you all can see it now. So I wanted to talk about a few things today, actually. So 3 things. The first thing I wanted to do is introduce Universes and what we're doing. Secondly, as you mentioned, I would like to speak a little bit about Stockholm Virtual City, which is a product we've done together with Stockholm Stad, Taxi Stockholm, and Drive Sweden, and Vinnova, of course. Last, I know this is part of the business model section of the forum, so I thought I would just at least spend a minute or so talk about our business model and some of our thoughts around that. But now, let me talk to you a little bit about who we are and what we're doing. So we're still a relatively young company, but we've achieved quite a lot in these 6 years now. And we started off developing software for autonomous driving here together with Sensiac and for Volvo cars. We also worked in the mining industry together with ABB, as well as with Husqvarna, to give their autonomous lawnmowers perception capabilities. And it's very much from this work that we sort of gained the insight that the data we're using, the data we gain from this, can also be used in other ways, really. So approaching cities, municipalities, as well as fleets and road authorities, we realized this data should sort of be of value to them as well. So we have a few partners, as you can see. And the company is really specialist in computer vision and machine learning. But let me now talk to you a little bit about this sort of transition from autonomous driving into what we call the smart city, and the smart city platform that we've developed over the last 2 years, which is called 3D AI City. And 3D AI City is a two-part solution. So it's an end-to-end solution. The first one is being the data collection. The second part is being the data visualization or the dashboard. So how does this work? It works by, we are identifying a fleet that's already operating in the streets to not add any more traffic on the streets. It could be a taxi. I mentioned Taxi Stockholm, we're working with them. It could be a public transport operator. It could be a bus or a municipal vehicle, or even an e-scooter or a bicycle. We've tried them all, and even some more. We're equipping these with a regular smartphone with Universe's 3D AI City software installed. And that gives the vehicle sort of perception capability. We are able to extract data from the urban environment. And we're doing all of this on the edge or on the phone, which is good for multiple purposes. One being we can really deliver real-time data. And now all of these vehicles are what we call data harvesting agents. So we have all of these vehicles traveling around on the road collecting data. This could, of course, be sent up to a cloud for further processing, but then it's automatically and immediately, I should say, presented on our interactive dashboards. The user can go in and get a broad overview of what's going on in the streets or in the cities, but it can also go into the details if they want to look at specific things, and also get alerts and notifications for certain things that they're interested in knowing what's going on in the city. I think the easiest and the best way to show you how this works is, of course, to show you a video. I hope this is going to work now. I know it's sometimes tricky sharing the screen, but this is the view from the cell phone or the smartphone vehicle. Here we can see detecting road damages, cracks, potholes, other types of road damages. And we're not only detecting those, we are also classifying them. And as you can see up in the left corner here, we are determining for every road section the severity level of the road condition. So here you can go from 0 up to 5 or red. So red means you should probably do something about it very soon. And as you can see to the right here on the dashboard, you can sort of list these based on the road severity level, for example, to get, again, an overview of what the road network looks like in your city. The second thing I wanted to show you, see if you can jump to the next slide here. Here we go. Is how we are detecting traffic signs in this case. This is something we did together with Trafikverket. They wanted to get an inventory of the traffic signs. So here you can see our system again from the smartphone, and we're detecting traffic signs and they're showing up on the dashboard below. And what we've been working quite a lot with is to be able to accurately position these in the real world. So we're not just detecting them and showing that this is a 70 sign, we're also placing it at the right spot in the real world. Let me just now move into, another important question that we often get asked, of course, is what do we do with sensitive data? We are working actively not to collect any sensitive data, by the way. We are anonymizing everything automatically. So as you can see here, we're blurring license plates and faces, and we're never storing any sensitive data. Now, let me speak quickly about Stockholm Virtual City. So it's a project between us, Universes, Taxi Stockholm, Stockholm Stad, and funded by Drive Sweden and Vinnova. The idea here was to sort of start looking into how we can create this digital twin or digital copy of the city using our technology. We are the provider of the tech, we're harvesting the data. We're using Taxi Stockholm's fleet or the taxis that are out on the road already. And we can also then start looking into the data that's coming from the cars to optimize operations, for example. And on the end of this, of course, Stockholm Stad as an advisor what kind of data should we look at and what kind of data are they interested in. And this is all, again, for them to be able to improve city management and make smarter, more cost-effective, and hopefully with sustainable decisions in terms of road maintenance, etc. I also wanted to very quickly mention, I think this was started something around 2 years ago, and we've been part of Drive Sweden for a while now. And this is sort of what kicked off our journey into the smart city space. So I just wanted to thank you again for this opportunity. And really, it's exciting to see what can happen when we promote innovation. And we've now grown quite a lot, and we're moving into other countries. We're now active in other places in Europe and indeed the world, working with many exciting partners, cities and municipalities across the world. So it's all thanks to what started once about 2 years ago with Drive Sweden, Taxi Stockholm, and Taxi Stockholm Stad, I should say. Now, my last slide here, please. I wanted to very quickly touch upon the business model of how we are working. So we're a SaaS company, and we're offering a service, of course, and it's with a subscription model. And I think what we can start to see here is a bit of a paradigm shift of how private companies are starting to do business and selling services and products to the public sector. We're now trying to have a more flexible approach of you shouldn't pay for things you're not using. So you're paying only for that channel. If you're only interested in road damages, you're paying for that. But then you can also switch once you're interested in traffic signs, for example. We think this data should be available to everyone. We're trying to price it that way as well, and have this sort of more flexible approach to being able to give organizations, cities, real-time data that's accurate, that's actionable, in order for them to make cost-effective and resource-effective and sustainable decisions. I think I'm going to stop there. I'm probably gone over time already. I see you coming back here, Josephine. So I'm just going to leave my last slide here. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to jump on them. Please feel free to reach out. You can also scan the QR code if you would like to go to our website. But I'm going to stop there. So thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Alfred. And we can also encourage you to reach out to Alfred in the chat, and hopefully you can answer the questions there as well, Alfred. Sorry for us also running over time just before your presentation.
Not a problem. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your presentation, Alfred. It was really a joy to listen to a bit of other perspectives you have as well with working from the city and with the authorities. There's such a massive potential to reach the goals Olof was telling us previously from Trafikverket as well. So thank you so much for your presentation, and big good luck with the 3D AI tool.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. So now, according to my hunger radar, at least, and watch, we are reaching lunchtime. But before we break for lunch at 12:30, we will have a very brief and quick annual meeting now directly. So I leave the floor to you, Jan. Welcome back to Drive Sweden Forum and to our studio here in Gothenburg. When we began this morning, I had to tell you that, very unfortunately, our program director, Malin, had to drop out due to COVID. But in line with the Drive Sweden mentality, when life gives you lemon, make lemonade. And with that, I'm very happy to present a surprise announcement now. We've already heard from one of Sweden's ministers today, but last night, Khashayar Farmanbar, Sweden's Minister for Energy and Digital Development, kindly sent us a video greeting that we want to share with you now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Drive Sweden Forum. Your strategic work for innovative solutions for mobility of people and goods is important for increased quality of life. It's important for Swedish digital development policy, and it's part of our path to reaching our sustainability goals. The transport system today is a central part of our everyday lives, delivering huge benefits for people and businesses. At the same time, it does pose a challenge through negative climate impact. Increased digitalization and innovation in mobility are parts of the solution into a more sustainable future. The Swedish government has granted financial support of total 170 million Swedish kronor for the coming 3 years to industrial cooperation projects for the green digital transition. Swedish vehicle manufacturers are taking the lead when it comes to electrifying the transport sector, and Sweden is strengthening its position with projects within the fields of batteries. We have high ambition in utilizing the benefits of digital development. Digitalization of the transport system is one of the main drivers to be able to reach our ambitions of a more digital Sweden and more intelligent welfare. Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and robotics are among the fields of technology that can push Sweden to be one of the leading nations on the digital and green sustainable path. Increased innovation and digitalization in this sector create better business opportunities, added quality of life, growth, and more green jobs throughout our society. Thank you for the opportunity to send you this message, and good luck with your important work.
And with that, we say a warm thank you as well for the Minister for that kind greeting. Now, isn't that a great way to kick off and segue into our afternoon sessions? So with that, we will head back to our main theme, digitalization of the transport system. And we will be now focusing on the aspect of planning and preparing the public sector for the digital shift. We will get to hear from the Drive Sweden project DigInfra, who will be telling us about how to tackle common challenges together in relation to the future connected city. This will be followed by a project presentation from Krabat, giving us results from demonstrations in regard to, is the public ready for autonomy? So without further ado, I hand over to Marie Karlsson, project manager for DigInfra, together with Anders Bengtsson, project manager at Future by Lund. Please take it away.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. I hope you can all hear me. Great. So the title of this project is Cooperation Around Cities' Digital Infrastructure for Future Mobility. And sorry, just so I know, do I share my screen correctly or?
You're on mute. Yes, you do.
So and now you still see the picture
yes.
of the cities?
Yes, we do.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so this project aims to support cities and authorities in finding new ways of facing challenges with and developing digital infrastructure for a sustainable mobility system. And before moving on to our results and conclusion, I would like to pay some attention to some of the words in the project title. So first of all, the project has been based on concrete needs and issues for the participating cities. So it's the city's perspective and development that has formed this project. And the cities that have participated is the city of Gothenburg, the city of Linköping, the city of Lund, and the city of Stockholm. And RISE Institute has also been a part of the project. And the second thing I would like to say about the title is the concept of digital infrastructure. There seems to be different views on what it includes, and therefore I would like to clarify that we have worked on the basis of the government's definition, and it says that the digital infrastructure has two parts. I guess you already know this, but I want to make it clear. It's the hard infrastructure that includes cables, masts, and base stations. And then we have the soft part of the infrastructure, including laws, standards, conceptual use, and protocols. So now this is clear. I will move on to our conclusions. We note, and we have noted, that the soft parts of the digital infrastructure are not given enough space. This is, of course, worrying because the digital infrastructure is a prerequisite and provides a basis for developing digital services for mobility. And the digital infrastructure is, as I guess you already know, is a complex system. And it means that no single actor has control over the entire system chain. This requires as you also already know, collaboration between actors and a cross-disciplinary approach, but it has some consequences for when working with the municipalities. One reflection is also that the role of the cities today is often too limited, and that there are great opportunities to develop and explore the public sector as co-creators and not just procurers. And from a city perspective, we can conclude that the mission, the mandate, and the role to develop the digital infrastructure for mobility are unclear. And we can also say that it is almost impossible for individual cities to pursue the issue on their own. And also, the level of knowledge and understanding of the impact of digitalization on mobility needs to be increased among cities. So we have a recommendation that can help Drive Sweden, help us to achieve Drive Sweden's vision of connected, automated, and shared mobility systems. And we propose a strategic cooperation forum or platform on digital infrastructure for sustainable mobility. And this forum or platform, of course, needs to be based on the cities and their concrete and current problems. And our recommendation aims to connect different layers and dimensions in the system. So, and here I would like to emphasize that one important part of this initiative is what we call a national function, who has the task to link the system together and collect the needs that the cities cannot solve themselves, and lifting it up to a national level. So before I hand over to Anders Bingson from Lunds kommun, I will try to sum up what I just said in some keys to success. So keep up the momentum is the first thing. This new initiative
Malin, you're still showing your first slide, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Very good.
Yep. Yeah, we need to keep the momentum, and we need to keep working immediately after this project ends to maintain commitment from our 4 cities. And the second thing, we need to involve more additional cities. And here we think that the participating cities in the Climate Smart Mobility Initiative 2030, I hope I got it right, could be interesting. And this is a collaboration between Drive Sweden and Viable Cities, another strategic innovation program. And the third key to success is that we need to change our view on cities as co-creators in the innovation process, as I said before. And for cities, cities need to explore the role and approach of the city, and it has to be done from their own unique situation and together with others in order to share and build knowledge. And the last thing, more space to the soft parts of the digital infrastructure in the innovation work. And now I will hand over to Anders Bengtsson from Lunds kommun, who will give us a perspective from his point of view. Thank you. Do we have Anders here?
There it goes, right? Who's still not with you? Or?
No, you're with us, Anders. We can hear
excellent,
you.
perfect, thank you. Sorry for that. Hey, hello and good afternoon. My name is Anders Bengtsson and I work within the Department of Sustainable Growth in the city of Lund. And thank you, Drive Sweden, for inviting me today. And thank you, Marie, not least, for our joint journey with this fascinating project. I'm sure I'm going to repeat some of what Marie just said, and also actually what Minister Farmanbar said, but that just shows that we have a consensus in the project group, so that's just fine. But for Lund, as a city and municipality, it has been a joy to be part of a Drive Sweden, our first Drive Sweden strategic project, and that is something I highly recommend to other citizens and municipalities as well. It's very much awarding and very much worth the time and effort. So join the network, and especially within an area such as digital infrastructure. We, as Marie said, we need to collaborate and learn from each other. Although we are different, some big cities and some smaller, we do share a lot of common challenges, but also the possibilities. And one major learning for us as a city is that we are really in for something new. The need of and the possibility of a digital infrastructure attracts a number of new actors, entrepreneurs, and also the traditional mobility sector is rapidly changing. So therefore, we as a city, we need to be keen and attentive to what is actually happening. We need to learn and understand more of what is developing on the mobility market and what new technologies and what new solutions are there. But we also need to take the opportunity and contribute to the development of new solutions by supplying the market with our actual or concrete needs, as Marie said. Because, I mean, no one wants a load of new solutions based on possible, maybe so good to have. So we need to spend tax money wisely, right? And in order to supply the market with our needs, we ourselves need to gain new competences in the mobility area and become better at procuring, but also as be a part of these projects, as Marie said. But this is also something that we have touched on earlier today, with the course for a new model for collaboration or business models when doing business with external parties. Maybe it could be innovation, procurement, maybe or something. But most important is that cities and municipalities do not lose control of mobility and transport services, traffic solutions, and public space. And it's also important that a city or municipality take the opportunity and put the possibilities of digital infrastructure in a broader perspective. And as Minister Farmanbar said, I mean, the Green Deal states that digitalization, the EU Green Deal states that digitalization and automation are key in enabling sustainable mobility. And sustainable mobility, as we know, is in itself a means to reach climate goals. So, and therefore, I also very much welcome the new collaboration between Drive Sweden and its innovation sibling, Viable Cities, because this is a very exciting new platform for further steps towards sustainable mobility solution, and hopefully not just projects, but tangible results. And I very much believe that the results from the Dig Infra project can add to this collaboration. So thank you, and please take part of the Dig Infra report as it is published. And over to you again. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you so much, Anders and Marie. And I, of course, have a couple of questions to you both, because I think this is such an interesting and important project, which also shows the variation of different Drive Sweden projects that we need to drive and the development to reach our goals. And you mentioned that, I think, Anders, you mentioned that there are a couple of knowledge gaps in the public sector in relation to the political level, both the local and the national. Would you say that there's a common denominator for this knowledge gap? Is it quite similar all over, or is there a big difference between the different municipalities?
I think it's very much about the speed of how things are happening, because it's quite difficult to keep up to speed with the development. And I'm absolutely not saying that I have stupid colleagues or anything like that. It's just that we need to develop our own knowledge and maybe bring in more knowledge as well into the ways we are working traditionally today. And we need to, as I also said, we need maybe to develop them in some kind of a new collaboration model with external partners.
Because I think there was a great example as well from Shairar presenting from the city of Gothenburg previously as well, saying that we're discovering that new competences are needed as well within the cities that we didn't even know before.
Yeah.
Is that also something you've stumbled upon in Dig Infra?
No, but I think it's actually so in the project as well. We've been discussing this because there is a lot of new, as I said, we are approaching something very new. And then the first thing is where to look, where to understand, where I can gain this knowledge that actually can, we can actually use and work into solutions that are positive for our cities and municipalities.
Thank you. And Marie, I just have to mention as well what we're seeing here on the screen with Dig Infra Talks. Would you tell us a bit about the concept? Because as I understand, it's been a very good way of spreading knowledge as well about what you've learned.
Yeah, this Dig Infra Talks is something that we have used during the project in order to create a dialogue and also to share some results and reflections. And now when we have our conclusions and our recommendation for the next step, we want to share this with everyone who wants to join to listen and also be part of a discussion afterwards. So we have two opportunities on February the 4th and the 11th. And on February the 4th, it will be a focus on the conclusions and the results for the whole project. And on the 11th, we will dig into mobility data specification, and which is one of the themes we have been working with during the project, and it will be carried out by Daniel at RISE. And this will, if you want to join us, you can find information on the RISE Sweden website. This will be in Swedish though, but please contact us if you want to know more about Dig Infra Talks or about our conclusions.
Thank you, Marie. And I just also like to ask a question around that. You mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that there are different perspectives of what digital infrastructure what it actually means. I'd love to hear a bit from you both what the difficulties are of those muddled views. What's that leading to if we're not speaking the same language? Anders, do you want to start?
From a city perspective, of course, we do have concrete needs, and they might be that we need to serve the citizens, we need to serve the business and development of the enterprises, and also we want to achieve a sustainable environment. So I think that we need to, in that way, and with our own ambitions as a baseline, sort of to find out what digital infrastructure needs to be for us, because it's also something that needs, it needs to be integrated within our internal systems and our internal infrastructure and the way we work as well. And that might differ from one city to another, of course.
And Marie, would you like to comment?
Yeah, well, I can just say that I think that, of course, if there are two parts and one part is missing or not that strong that it has to be, the digital infrastructure will not develop in the way that we want. And we have also seen that the cities has a very important role in giving the needs, is to set the system. And if we don't succeed doing this, we will have problems with implementation and scaling, which is really the keys to contribute to the societal goals, I would say.
Really interesting for this presentation, and we really hope that many of you listening also have the possibility to join Dig Infra Talks here in February. So thank you so much, Marie and Anders, for these great presentations and answer to our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Bye. And now we will be moving forward as well, and we will be moving from looking into the public sector to the backbone of society, which I mean is the public transport. So I will leave it over to you, Jan.
Thank you, Josephine. Yes, we will have a speaker talking to us on the headline of "Is the public ready for autonomy?" And I'm happy to welcome Joachim Jonsson from Volvo Bus. Thank you, Joachim, for joining us.
Thank you.
Joachim, you were the project manager for a Drive Sweden project on autonomous buses, and you used that vehicle to do some customer research on how ordinary bus riders perceive not having a driver on board. And we are very excited to know a bit more about what you found out of that. So take it away, Joachim.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you, Drive Sweden, and also all the participants that listen into this and show your interest in what we have done within the project. I've been working with the project since 2017, and I'm the product manager for all the research that we are doing within the Volvo Bus and Volvo Group when it comes to self-driving buses, autonomous buses. And my name was Joachim Jonsson, if you don't recall it. So we launched our research vehicle, our research bus, with the aim to learn about the capabilities for autonomous technology for buses. And beside driving just autonomous, we have some use cases that we bundle the research on. One is driver support that we call narrow navigation, meaning that the bus driver can hand over the bus to itself and execute a predefined mission autonomous. And we also have a showcase operation in a bus depot. For instance, when it comes back after its shift out in the public, it needs to be maintained and cleaned and washing and all that kind of stuff. So we presented a concept how that could be within a bus depot. And lately we have working with bus train, how connect two buses while the first one drives manually and the second one follows the first one, autonomous. Within this work, we have our PTA in the region of Gothenburg, which is Västtrafik. And we were really excited to present all the concepts and everything that we did. But they was not so stoked about it. They more, yeah, that's nice. That is more for the operator, for instance, bus depot, and also driver support and more for the driver, but we more care about the end user, which is the passenger, the ones that using, that we ensure reach the final destination every day. So we start a discussion with Västtrafik of what we can do more with this autonomous bus. And we were quite fast. We agreed upon we should allow the public to try it out in such to get their response. So the main question was, how is it right to with an autonomous full-length bus? And a full-length bus for us is 12 meters or longer. So we have previously worked in other project with Chalmers, design and human factors. They have a huge domain knowledge when to do studies like this on the human behavior and that kind of stuff. And also they have domain knowledge when it comes to doing studies within the field of autonomous vehicles. So we approached them and said, we want to do a study on the passenger for autonomous bus. What do you think about that? And they replied that, yeah, this could be something. To our knowledge, this had never been done before with a full-length bus. So this is really interesting. So we started to plan for a study, a scientific study. And the test group that we want to have within this study was users that regularly uses public transportation for daily communication and weekly or daily basis. And also we have an age span that we want to fill in between 18 to 70 years. And also the gender distribution should 50-50, of course, also. So Västtrafik published in the newsletter and also on their websites communication channels that if people want to apply for testing a future transport solution for tomorrow or something, we didn't say that it's going to be testing a self-driving bus or that kind of stuff, because we want to have as much as possible be equal when it comes to the testing. So no one could prepare itself or doing that kind of stuff. And we did this in June last year, 2021. And here is how it looked like inside the bus. And it was really important to have the cockpit or the driver's seat empty, so to really feel that the bus is 100% self-driving. So we took care of the safety driver sitting besides and controlling the bus. But it was 100% self-driving, no hidden driver or anything. And they respond really positive to the drive. And they think it was trustworthy and being competent. And one thing that we did was the aim of the performance of the bus should be as a good driver or better. That was the situation. So we didn't do any negative testing or extra jerking. We didn't have a turtle or a rabbit that we can control the speed or anything. It's drive exactly the same all the time for each group, touch group that was participating in this. And we had some, and I think that they're handling everyday traffic scenarios in a positive manner, which mean we have a lot of actors. We have cars that driving around. We have pedestrians with a trolley, bicycles. We also have picking up a passenger, and also let one passenger off as well. And the total time of the test drive was 15 minutes. And I don't think it was, we don't think that more time we should change the experience from the test group. Because after a while, they think that the automated bus become modant, the same as usual. As the comment, I don't ride bus because it's fun. I ride it to reach my end destination every day. And that was what we think was a really good comment as well. So, will autonomous buses increase use of public transportations? From this user group perspective, they think we will not increase our travel. We already traverse a lot with public transportation, so we will not increase that large extent, meaning that they doesn't care really if the bus is manual driven or automated driven. They want to reach the final destination anyway. And also, but they think that automated buses could increase how public transport is used. But that means that we cannot just replace all buses with autonomous buses and believe that it's going to increase the popularity. It's more how we do it. And one example could be that timetable could be tighter. For instance, we can have more buses on the same line, and we can also have special lines to feed, like the feeder transport, or make it more accessible for the citizens. That is one of the conclusions. And what I said, sometimes I got the comments from when I say what I'm working with. They said, "Oh, who's gonna dare ride with an autonomous bus?" And I normally think that it's the same for when you try it out. Example, adaptive cruise control. It's really scary in the beginning. You activate the system and then you try, and then when you see that the vehicle adapt the speed towards the traffic and the other vehicles on the road. Then you show the drops, and then you get more confident in the technology. And the same for self-driving vehicles or systems. If it performs as good as a normal bus or even better, then I think we will have no problems with the public to ride with an autonomous bus. That's our conclusion with this study.
All right. Thank you very much, Joachim. That was interesting and maybe a little bit surprising result. We're running a little bit over time here, but I want to throw in one question from the audience. Is there any reason why the test group was capped at 70 years, since it's more likely that older people would be willing to use these driverless vehicles that as they are not able to drive themselves?
No, it was more the pandemic that set us to that. We need to adapt to the reality of that as well. So we didn't think that, or we want to jeopardize elder person than that. That was the case. Otherwise, okay. I totally agree with that comment.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. And please reach out to Joachim if you have any more questions about this topic. We're going to move on, and clearly we expect to see more of autonomous vehicles in the our traffic in the coming years here, but we also know that there are quite a few legal prerequisites that need to be met for that to happen. So I want to hand over to Josephine, because we have our own Drive Sweden Policy Lab, right?
Yes, we do. And we're just awaiting our guests who actually will be joining us in the studio any second here now. And we will be focusing on the prerequisites for digitization of the transport system, where an ever relevant topic, of course, then, just as we heard, is the policy development. We will first be given a presentation about the SCAT project by Pia Berglund, Director of Regulatory Affairs at Enride, followed by a discussion facilitated by Kent Erik Long, our thematic leader for policy development, together with Pia and his colleague Jenny Lundahl, senior researcher from RISE. Following the discussion, we will get an overview of the Drive Sweden Policy Lab and presentation of one of last year's cases, Traffic Rules of the Future. So please, Pia, take my chair and take it away.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me and having Enride here today. And first of all, I was just told that I was elected to the board of Drive Sweden, and I would like to thank for that trust in us and the company of Enride. I will talk about the policy lab and also give our view on why that is important for startups like Enride to look into these issues. But first, a little bit about Enride. Enride was started 5 years ago now, and the idea of starting Enride was actually to push the transport sector forward and to show that it's possible to make the decrease of decarbonize the transport sector a bit faster than was actually what they were looking at. And the way we do believe that you can do this is by using digitalization, optimization, and electrification in combination. We are certain that you cannot do this without each other. You have to do this together. So what we have landed in is that autonomous vehicles and heavy vehicles is possible already today, technically, but this is why we need a policy lab. There are certain rules already today that needs to be looked at, that we need to push together. And within the SCAT project, this actually stands for a safety case for autonomous trucks. Enride, together with other partners, have been looking at creating how you can create a safety case that would allow for a heavy truck to actually to be in mixed traffic at higher speed. And for a small company to be able to do this, to have sort of a second opinion verification with researchers, and by using ASTA0, we heard about that earlier today, that we can actually both look at it from a technical perspective and calculate, but also do real-time tests out at ASTA. That's, I would say, a crucial way of having companies like Enride being able to develop in Sweden and to try out new things. Within the projects, we have done that. We have had we have been finding out safety cases, and these safety cases can then be used to show authorities that is safe to drive autonomous at certain speeds in certain environments, both when it comes to the vehicle itself, but also in the traffic environment that we are going to be in. So it could be, for example, how can you interact with other people or authorities within driving, and how can you stop safely, and how can you interact in that respect? And we are happy with the results. We have since then used safety cases and applied for permits to do a test using the test legislation that Sweden has in place to actually be able to do more tests in a real environment. And I think to stress what we are doing in the policy lab for companies like Enride and others, startup companies, smaller companies, is crucial. I don't think that the environment we have here is so unique with the research partners. We have founders that actually came out of Chalmers, and with all the other OEMs and all the other parties here we have in Drive Sweden is so unique. And when we now look out in Europe and in other parts of the world, we cannot find this anywhere else. So I think we also need to remind ourselves that Drive Sweden is actually also important to get those new companies and new ideas coming in. We are in the SCAT project itself looking into having a continuation. It's just been approved. And then we have already in the project find policy issues that we want to take further. So it's actually very much a living project that we find things that we need to look at, and together with the partners in the project. So we are very happy with the project. It keeps on going, and we will look into more policy issues much more in detail now that we have found. So, so far, so good.
So, are you finished, Pia?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to see the SCAT project. Once again, my name is Kent Erik Long, and I'm together with Lena Vidin leading the policy development within the program office. And I also welcome Jenny Lundahl, a colleague of mine at RISE, and you are senior researcher and a legal expert. And I'm very glad that Jenny has joined us 1 year ago, I think, at RISE, because you are a very good legal expert. And I'm very glad that you are joining us and working with these type of challenging innovation projects. But you will talk about the policy lab later on, but you are joining for the discussion together with Pia. So Pia, what about the test procedures that we have, the regulation in Sweden that we have for tests? What is your experience now as a company? Are they applicable? Are they working well? Or what do you want more?
In general, I would say they're good. So it works like this, that you have to show that you have a safe case. That's what the safety case is about. So we have to show that we can take care of all the safety issues that occurs. So I would say in general, with a very sort of innovative technique, that's the right way of regulating. So we can actually do innovate in the process. Having said it, of course, it's difficult to do all that at one stake, sort of to do like, okay, we have to know exactly everything and then apply and then get a yes or no. So in a perfect world, of course, we would wish for having a more collaborative approach that we can together sort of elaborate and find what is safe or not safe. For example, this is a wild, crazy idea that we can go to ASTA together with authorities and say, okay, we have this feature, what can we do with that one? And to make sure it all is safe enough and it's also possible. So in general, we are quite happy. It's a lot of work for a small company. So it's really, I couldn't, stress enough how important it is to have people like we have had in the project on board to actually do this, because it's so resourceful for a small company.
And Jenny, you have been involved in the PM that was out for regarding the responsibility for autonomous driving. And that was out for consultation from the government before Christmas. And that issue, the responsibility, is really a linchpin for implementation of autonomous driving. So please could you comment on this PM and the outcome of the referendum? Or
yes, thank you. Yes, there is a proposal for new legislation on that topic, responsibility with autonomous driving. And there is a need for that kind of update since we currently have a legislation that is not adapted for automated driving. The current legislation assumes that the human driver drives the vehicle and follows the traffic rules, but with automated driving, it is not the driver who drives, but the vehicle itself. So the legislation needs to be adapted to this new situation, and it must be clear from a legal perspective who is responsible for what before automated driving can be implemented, I think. Otherwise, it could be difficult for automated vehicles to gain acceptance in the society. So the liability legislation is an important piece of the puzzle on the way to implementation. But also, there is a need for further technical development and rules on technical requirements for approval and physical and digital infrastructure as well that can support automated vehicles. So there is still some work to be done in those areas as well.
But it's a step forward. Pia, you have you were one of the parties that was part of the consultation. So do you have anything to comment?
Yes, Sweden in 2018 investigated the whole topic of autonomous driving and the legal questions in relation to that. And as a consequence of that, Sweden actually allowed for that. And Enride had the world's first permit to drive on a public road, and we were happy for that. And since then, we and others have applied for permits, but on the legal side, nothing more have happened. So of course, first of all, we were happy that the government did this with Jenny as one party in that. Having said that, we are happy with the way it's been formed. As some of you know, the Enride's pod doesn't have a cabin, so we don't have a driver. It's a driving-less system. And the legislation already adapts for that. So we think it's also future-proofed. And so in general, we're very happy with the legislation. What we want to see now is being adapted, because companies like us, we need to know that Sweden wants to do this for real. And we took that piece of legislation that was forward as a way of showing that from the government. And now we hope they're going to deliver on that so we can take the next step.
I pick up there when you're talking about regulation that should be more adaptive or more flexible. It's a trend that you are going from the type approval based on detailed technical requirements and moving towards a more function-based regulation. So what is your view, Pia, from your experience and the supplier about this trend? Do you think it's a way forward, necessary, or will it not happen?
I think it's at some point we might to get type approved all the things needed for an autonomous system. And of course, we as one of the actors, we could choose type approved equipment, for example, to put in our vehicles. But the thing is, we are not there yet. So we need to look outside that box. And many of the things we need, the technical items are not type approved. And then it ends up on us to show that it's actually safe enough. And it's a quite complicated process. So I think there's need to be a system that allows for innovation, that allows for development, that allows for setting safety standards in that specific the environment you're going to be in, rather than having a type approved thing that you only can do one thing with, because we don't know what we're going to do in the future. And when I say the future, I mean next half year or what a year ahead. But of course, in some kind of future, there will be, when this is, commonly known everywhere, this will be type approved, of course.
Jenny, what is your thoughts? This balance between speed and yet having a work?
Yes, it's difficult, of course, and I find the perspective that Pia mentioned is very interesting. And what I have noticed in this regard is that UNEC to some extent sets function-based requirements instead of technical requirements. For instance, in the regulation regarding automated lane keeping systems, which is the first global regulatory framework for the approval of automated driving functions. They have some function-based requirements actually in that regulation. So yeah, maybe we will see more of that in the future.
So you are saying that the UNEC are now adapting to the view that you need to be more flexible to innovation and not wait for all facts to be on the table?
Yeah, it could be. The framework contains both technical requirements and function-based requirements. So it's a mix. So I guess when it's difficult to set technical requirements, maybe you can set function-based requirements instead and leave some innovation space to the developer.
Yeah, and Germany, they have implemented a regulation for autonomous driving within a limited operational design domain, ODD. And Jenny, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Germany recently decided to allow automated vehicles that corresponds to level 4 approximately on public roads within defined operating areas approved by the competent state authority. And the vehicle performed the driving task independently, but the technical supervisor is required to, in order, well, if it's necessary to, for instance, enable a driving maneuver from the outside. So it's quite similar to the Swedish proposal for regarding the driver on standby. And the purpose of this legislation is to go one step further from testing towards general implementation of automated driving. The German legislation sets national technical requirements for the vehicles. And that's interesting also. It's a temporary solution until there are harmonized rules at the global level in this field. So they are not waiting for UNEC. They set their own national standard.
So this is something that we can learn from Germany then, that we are not relying on the international agreements and European legislation. We can do things on national level ahead of it and demonstrate to the international legislation how to do it. Is that how you say it?
Yes, they are doing it. If Sweden would dare to do it, I'm not sure, but Germany is doing it.
Pia, that's open possibilities for us.
Yeah, and it's very important, I think, if we're going to keep that we were a bit ahead, and I think if we're going to keep that line, we need to step up. And I think to be more concrete, what we need to do now is we have ASTA. It's a great place to test. We do have a test legislation that allows us to some extent to do real traffic tests. But if we're going to scale this, we need to do more. And I was happy earlier today when the Transport Administration talked that they're going to make available some roads with mixed traffic that we can also test on. And I think we need to understand that we need to learn together. And I think I was happy to hear the Transport Administration talked about that we need to do this together with authorities, the companies, and maybe the municipalities we heard earlier. There's so many parties that need to be together. And I think if we're going to copy the German example, I think also we are going to make it possible actually for municipalities or regions actually to step up and say, okay, maybe Gothenburg want to be that one and say, okay, come here. You can also do real-time testing. And that is what they're doing in Germany. And we very much follow that. And if that goes fast, we might look into Germany. And I think many other companies will as well. So hopefully we will be able to take that step in Sweden to do real-time traffic. And now, to be clear, I'm talking about higher speeds. I'm talking about a bit more difficult traffic situation than we can do today.
Jenny, this is a question we haven't prepared from before, but what kind of efforts do you think would be necessary in order to do what the Germans are doing? And who needs to be involved if we should start such an initiative and do things?
Yeah, as I said previously, we don't have a legislation in place yet for that to be legal if you cannot manage to put it in the test legislation. Maybe it is possible to some extent, but yeah, it depends.
But it's not just to use the German documents and translate it to Swedish and then get it going.
Yes, of course. If the legislator would implement that such rules as a first step, the legislation that I worked with, it was for full scale. And of course, you could take smaller steps and begin with something like Germany has done. It is possible. I'm not sure.
Limited ODD and limited volume of vehicles production as such.
Yes.
So that would be a natural way of also getting experience that we can feed into the UNEC work as well, how to do it in practice, that move from the detailed regulation to the functional requirements. And we have two ministers that has demonstrated the support for Dry Sweden. So I'm hopeful that we can put in a proposal for them and get them ongoing for this.
But if I could add on that I think also that Sweden has had such a high profile and record, I think, in road safety with our zero vision. So I think also Sweden would have had a place in that discussion to be very forefront in developing this in the way that we have been doing traditionally in such a good way when it comes to traffic safety. So I do hope that we will keep the Swedish flag high in the UN discussion as well.
Yeah. But you have also found some ideas in Holland or Netherlands, Pia.
Yes, we are looking now into how we can improve processes and testing. And just to explain that if we don't use the state roads, often we end up in industrial areas where this might be a private road or a municipality-owned road. It's up to the company like us to have an agreement with the road owner together with the emergency authorities. And it's quite a lot to take on for a small company because we are trying to solve the real huge problem, the autonomous. And in Netherlands, the government take on themselves together all parties needed in all testing and pilots. And I think that's a very valuable contribution that would make it easier for companies like us to enter a new region or a new municipality if someone would take that responsibility, because now we have to find them. And to give an example, I won't tell you where, but somewhere in Sweden, I mean, there was a road sign and that road sign wasn't updated and everybody else do another. And we are trying to program an autonomous car here. And it wasn't possible for us to find out actually what the speed limit was. And this is just one tiny example. And of course, we need to rely on that all other parties have their acts together when it comes to data, information, and if they could provide us with that, we are so happy. And I heard things today about the remote tower and all that. I think that sounds good to have some kind of that other people also understand that we need to ensure that we have the right players on board, that we have the right kind of data and right kind of information, and then autonomous will be so much easier to do. And I think we have
a coordinator. Yeah, we have a question. What is your opinion about UNEC and the work program 29, proposing changes in the motor vehicle driver conventions to allow driverless vehicles on the roads before there are definite tests on the driverless vehicles? Is that something that you can comment, Jenny? Driverless is without a driver, while self-driving includes a safety driver. So that's a specific difference.
Yes. Well, what I often hear is that the work is too slow, but this is a new perspective. They are working in different working parties and different working groups, and the work is carried out parallel. So some of the working groups are very into the details on the technical requirements, and some are more have more of the overall picture.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't really have an opinion of which is the best practice on doing this.
Peter, can you show me question number 2? And Pia, do you have any comments on the VP29?
I think what could then be added is that this is done already in the US. This is done in certain parts of the world, and we need to sort of collect data and information. And I think what I think is one thing, but I think at least someone needs to get going in real-time traffic to make better decision within the UNEC, and that should have always be safe. So if we need additional safety measures doing that, that's fine with us. But someone needs to do that to see what actually happens when we interact with different kind of situations. So I used to be a legislator myself, so I don't think, that we know everything and we can sit behind the tables and write legislation. I think there's need to be a very, very keen interaction between industry and legislators, especially in difficult topics like this one. Otherwise, I will be more worried.
Yeah. So a more adaptive approach.
Yes.
As work method. We have a question from Ella Rybalski. Could any of the panel speak to the issue of the driver or technical expert on standby getting distracted and not being able to take over in time? I think she is thinking about the accident that was in US, for example, when...
But maybe we can both reply because Jenny knows what the legal proposal, but to be exact, that so the way it's been drafted is that an autonomous system needs to be able to drive themselves. Otherwise, it's not an autonomous system. And I think this is something we discuss with our authority a lot. And then what happens then is the responsibility gets over to the technical operator, remote operator, when the system requires the remote operator to do so. And of course, at least when we are heavy vehicles here, of course that person needs to be readily on standby, and independent of you check your phone or whatever you're doing, you need to be able to interact. And that is something we take very seriously. I mean, this is something we train, do procedures, and I mean, this is nothing we take lightly. So, and the legislation says so as well. So even if the legislation wouldn't say so, of course, we would make sure that that's the case. And I would say on the heavy vehicle side, that goes without saying, I guess.
I think we cut the questions right there, and thank you very much, Pia, for the presentations and all the discussions. Same with Jenny, thank you for discussing. And now you have you will present about the policy labs.
Yes.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I will share my screen. Do you see my screen? Anyone?
Yes, yes we do.
And it's full size?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, thank you. So my name is Jenny Lundahl, and I'm Senior Researcher and Legal Expert at RISE. And I'm going to talk to you about the traffic regulations of the future and how we get there, and Policy Lab. But first, some information about Drive Sweden Policy Lab. It targets specific cases in Drive Sweden projects, and the purpose is to explore how technology and service development relate to existing laws and regulations for new mobility services that are being developed in the projects, and to identify and overcome bottlenecks. And it was initiated in 2019 to support technology development projects within Drive Sweden's portfolio that had encountered regulatory challenges. And new cases have been added since. And the time period is extended to August 22. And we have a lot of project partners, and you also see the former partners here, and a link to the website. And it's financed through Vinnova and Drive Sweden. And here are a list of cases that we work on at the moment, 2021 to 2022. The first case is already closed. And I will tell you about case 4, the traffic rules of the future. And as you see, we have quite a mix of policy issues in the cases. And now just to explain what is a policy lab, maybe you haven't heard it before. It's a neutral meeting arena for policy and regulation innovation in collaboration with relevant actors based on specific cases in an agile iterative process. So, but we discuss problems more or less. And now to the case, future traffic rules. Why are we doing this? The project idea is to investigate a future system for digital traffic rules that can support the development towards a connected and automated road transport system, and also enable new services to the society and citizens. And I will come back to that later, how that is achieved. And the ambition is a system for machine-readable traffic rules with a clear geographical scope, for instance, indicated on a digital map or with coordinates. And this is not the case today. And both private and public actors participate in the project. We have, for example, municipalities and authorities that decide on traffic rules, authorities that manage and provide map data and data on traffic rules, companies that provide map-based tools for digital traffic rules, navigation companies and vehicle manufacturers, and more. So what's the issue then? Traffic rules must be linked to geographical locations, roads, streets, and areas. And there are more than 300 authorities and municipalities in Sweden that decide on local traffic regulations, and their processes for doing so is not standardized today. It is possible to link traffic rules to the digital road network, the national road database, but it's not mandatory, and it requires a map-based tool for digital traffic rules. And at least half of the municipalities do not have such tools today, so they cannot do that. And there is a need for more standardized and automated processes regarding this. So going from physical to digital roads, the National Road Database contains digital traffic rules, but many traffic rules are missing. The database does not contain those rules, and some of the content is incorrect. Many deviations are due to the lack of standardized management and reporting of data on traffic rules to this database. And the Swedish Transport Administration, Trafikverket, works with quality reviews and deviation checks, but they say that automated control mechanisms are limited. So there is a new need for more automated processes when reporting data to the database. And the consequence is that many deviations are not detected and corrected. And the Policy Lab will investigate the need for improved processes on how traffic rules are prepared, decided, and published, alternative measures, and the effects of different measures. Because maybe the solution is not new requirements, but other measures. And there is a challenge that the issue concerns the responsibility of several different authorities and also municipal self-government. And some questions to be answered. Should there be new requirements for how traffic rules are prepared, decided, and published? And which traffic rules then? Or other solutions such as financial instruments, support, standards, or maybe communicating the benefits to prioritize this issue? And what effects, benefits, and costs, and the different alternatives, and what does that mean for different actors? And also more general questions like regarding the responsibility to provide such high quality data. Whose responsibility is that? Or should that be? And what potential is there? Increased benefit for systems and services of today, I'll explain later, and in the future. We see that it can contribute to making driving easier, the road safer, and the transport system more efficient. Since digital traffic rules facilitate for navigation companies, providers of driver assistance systems, citizens, and more, they get access to more and clearer regulations. And also, digital traffic rules enable more dynamic traffic regulations. The whole process is faster, and it's also a necessity for the implementation of automated driving on public roads. And we have identified several use cases, benefits when going from analog traffic rules to digital traffic rules. And I mentioned autonomous driving and driver assistance, and also geofencing for compliance with the traffic regulations. For instance, speed adaptation, geofencing for that, and also ISA, intelligent speed adaptation systems. And also access restrictions, such as low emission zones. And digital traffic rules are also useful when you plan a trip So planning and routing is also a use case. And when you plan your trip, you might also need information regarding parking and charging, where to charge your electric vehicle, and much more use cases. And the project status is that we have made an initial analysis of the legal framework and the needs and benefits of a future system for digital traffic rules, and also how other countries do in this area, and their relevant EU initiatives, etc. And the next step in the project is to consider possible solutions and the consequences of different solutions. And here is our contact information. These are my colleagues, Silly and Niklas. And you can contact us if you want to share your view on digital traffic rules. And maybe if you want to join the project, that is also very welcome. So please contact us if you need more information.
Thank you so much, Jenny, for this presentation and the previous great discussion here with Kent-Erik and Pia as well. I think it's the essence of the combination that you describe here as well, with the potential of these digital traffic rules that need to go hand in hand with actually digitalization and working together with the cities to increase both their knowledge and tools to handle these new initiatives as well. And also so that us living in society can start reaping the benefits you mentioned with increased safety and all of these other benefits. So thank you so much for the presentation, Jenny.
Thank you.
Right, we will now start moving towards our well-deserved break. And when we get back, we will get to hear from AI Aware, the project, a panel discussion on how and why human-centered design is vital in digitalization of the transport system. And last but not least, our keynote, Trent Victor from Waymo, something you definitely don't want to miss. Welcome back. Hope you all had time to have a bit of a stretch, grab a cup of coffee, and now we will be focusing on a different part of the main theme, namely the importance of creating a safer and human-centered cityscape with digitizing the transport system. First, we will get to hear a presentation from a groundbreaking project, AI Aware. Secondly, a tete-a-tete with the Business Sweden CEO, Larsson, followed by a panel discussion with 3 experts on how and why human-centered design is vital in digitalization of the transport system. Last but not least, we will get to listen to our keynote speaker from Waymo, who will give us an insight on how it's going with building the world's most experienced driver. And with that, I'd love to leave the word to Jan, who will be taking care of the next session.
Thank you. We have close to 100 projects in the Drive Sweden portfolio, and they are, of course, all very exciting. But I have to say that personally, the one you will hear about next is one of the most that fascinates me the most, because of the way it points at possibilities for the future if we could make that a reality. So please welcome the AI Aware project, Johan Werneby, Amoroso from Volvo Cars, Carl Lindberg, Sensact, Christian Jadlemark, and Peter Järv from here. Guys, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jan. And a big thanks to Drive Sweden for making this project possible. It's been a really exciting project year during 2021. And we're looking forward to this final presentation. So the whole project idea with AI Aware has been to look into the data that is being gathered in the connected traffic system, from connected vehicles, from sensors, from mobile systems, and all over basically. And then what can we derive from all this data? And the question has really been, is it possible to look beyond real time, predicting accident risk levels? Traffic safety is dear to us all. And we were hoping to be able to predict increased accident risk, and then obviously try to mitigate the reasons or try to make the traffic system safer. And first of all, we'd like to also comment on the parties in the project. So apart from the companies here today, we also had Ericsson, and we had the Swedish Transport Administration and Gothenburg City, all on board in the project. And a big thanks to all these actors. Now we'll watch a short film which shows really the vision of this project to get you all on board on what we've been working with. And also as a disclaimer, this is a film that only represents the project and none of the products from the companies in this project.
What if we can live in a world with 0 accidents in traffic? Predictive awareness through the power of AI has the potential to become as important as the safety belt when it comes to saving lives in traffic. Most importantly, it will reduce the risk for any accident by notifying connected systems ahead when there is an increased risk factor. AI Aware is a platform that acts as a hive mind, creating a collective intelligence. It combines multiple sources of data collected from the complete connected traffic system. The system's predictive AI algorithms will identify and predict different types of dangers that might cause accidents in real time. Critical messages of increased risk will then be distributed to alert any nearby person or vehicle in the traffic system. AI Aware is one crucial step closer to the vision of 0 accidents in traffic.
That we share. So a question I would say is, why is this happening now?
Yeah, one reason that we could do this now is that we have an amount of available data, a bigger amount of available data than previous years. And we have been working mainly with 2 different types of data. So we've been using dynamic data, which is then traffic data, slippery road alerts, weather data. So a lot of dynamic, very, very rich data. So we have a lot of that. And we have also been using maps with a higher granularity and more details than what would have been possible a few years ago. So having access to all this content from the companies in this project, but also from other companies around, has made this project. That was one thing that made it possible.
Thank you. And it's excellent to have this ecosystem and possibility to use the data to create the kind of services. And the AI Aware project has really showed the potential of sharing data between companies and sharing data to create the kind of service that we have done with the AI predictive awareness service, and sharing traffic safety data to increase the situational awareness that you can have in the traffic. Furthermore, more than Petter also talked about the reason that we can do this now and use the services also is that we have software in the vehicles that can handle also the information and take decisions based on information outside vehicles. We have the cloud platform with software that can handle the big amount of data that is needed. And of course, the connectivity, the connected vehicles and the connected things that we have in the society that makes this possible. So really, to utilize the kind of collaboration service that we have created in the project, the AI Predictive Awareness, we have really showed that we can both create the service and we can use it and share the content and the information. So continue there to share and continue to collaborate around traffic safety data. And in that way, we can create more like the AI Aware Predictive Awareness service that we have done. And I would like to know more, a bit more insight on what lies behind the AI Aware service, Carl.
First of all, I just want to stress how much I've enjoyed working with this project. And the analysis that we've done indicates that risk is very highly concentrated in what we now say predictable ways. meaning that future systems have the potential to be, well, quite potent. In short, they could help save lives, which is, well, obviously super exciting.
Yeah, this is really exciting, isn't it? I think this is the important thing is that we're opening a door, looking beyond real time and really going into the future in both senses. So this is, for me, opening a dimension to systemic safety, where we talk about system level safety in the entire traffic system. Instead of just taking an approach for an individual vehicle or an individual asset, this is really looking at systemic benefits and systemic intervention possibilities. So on another dimension, you could say that this also has benefits and opportunities, both on a personal level, where it could create smoother, safer rides for people. On a societal level, it can also bring kind of more harmony to the traffic system and a better functioning throughput for the mobility sector in a city. And on a planetary level, this can also reduce the carbon footprint with smoother traffic, better mobility, and a total safe system. So I really kind of enjoy this, but also to stress that this is scratching on the surface. This is an embryo, but we're all really eager to continue the work and take this to the next level.
Yeah, and when it comes to that, I also want to stress that this is already operational, right? So everything we have done is really in place, and it works. There are agreements between the companies involved. We can measure how much data we use. We comply with GDPR. We have SLAs. We have everything. So it's really like operational and working as it is right now. And I think we saw that pretty early in the project that we would land there, and that kind of also helped the motivation throughout the entire project that we saw we're on the right track. So being operational in the end of the project is cool. This is of course not commercialized in any way, but it's another thing that is important is that it's scalable, right? So now we can really tune it. Now we can add different data types. We have only used a few data types today, but we have access to much more. So now we could scale it up in different ways. Today we have only been running it in Gothenburg, but obviously we could run it in the entire Sweden or entire Europe if we wanted to, or other global markets. So operational, scalable is a really kind of cool ending of a project, I would say.
Yeah, and how did we get here in this project? I can share some perspective on this. And it was a short 1-year project where we achieved a lot. And one of the reasons that we could do that is that this is not actually a single project. This is the 5th project in a series of projects that we have done within the Drive Sweden network around autonomous driving and traffic control. So this is not really something that we have started in this project. We have really used the platform, the insights, the knowledge, and the technology that we have developed in the previous projects as well. So just continuing on that and focusing on the important question in this project has made this come that far. So that has been really good. And we have also in the project showed how to share the service in the Drive Sweden Innovation Cloud, to publish it and to really see that, okay, this can be shared with, for example, city traffic management or other stakeholders. So we have come really far.
That's great. So probably, Jan, over to you, and perhaps some questions from the audience.
Thank you, guys. Originally, this project was planned to be a bilateral project, working with Singapore because we had some joint activities with Singapore 2 years ago. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic and some other timing issues, that did not happen. So instead, the project had to be framed for Sweden or maybe even Gothenburg. But that said, how far away is this from being scalable, truly scalable? You said it already that it is, but I'd like to know a little bit more. How would you do that?
Yeah, but I see this is absolutely scalable. Then we have different use cases what are we working with? In this project, we worked with accident risk prediction. And obviously, we needed data sources and data types suitable for that. So depending on the use case, when you go to a new territory, you would need data. So you would need sensors that could be in vehicles or other services. But once, I think this project also showed in a good way how to work with data, finding data providers, finding partnerships, putting the legal framework in place to get access to data. And we also did general investigations on what kind of data is available and will soon be available from different connected vehicles, from different brands, different fleets, both commercial and private. So the general understanding is that there is a lot of potential going forward for new use cases. We are really just scratching on the surface of what is possible to do with data and AI. And we welcome a new initiative, kind of taking up the discussion with Singapore and hopefully looking at new use cases in new territories.
Could you comment on how dependent are you on standards or lack of services for that matter? If, again, you would expand worldwide.
So I think there are large international players obviously working with different kind of data sources. There are large providers, aggregators. So I don't think standards is a big problem. Obviously, there is work done on standards and it's important. It's not a blocker. At this time, it's something to work with, but it's also something to relate to. Obviously, in this project, we got data from the Swedish Transport Administration with specific formats relating to geographical kind of referencing. We work with HERE maps and HERE platform, and also sometimes a different kind of reference system. And Carmenta, who have lots of experience in geospatial technologies, knows that very well, that we're kind of, you need to find harmony in the geographic referencing and in data formats. And it's just something that we need to learn to work with. As we learn to work with languages or learn to work with different programming languages, also data needs to be worked with in different languages.
We have an audience question here that I want to put to you. Sweden is obviously well known for having a Vision Zero vision for its traffic safety. And do you see this as one more way for Sweden to help the world in reaching that target?
I really hope so. Yeah, and I see this as a new take. As we said in the film, this could be a new way of achieving zero accidents. And I really see that this will be the next level. And also in the project, we had a deep dive with safety experts from the Swedish Transport Administration and with Volvo Cars safety experts to really identify how this new level of data analytics and AI can be kind of the new possibility to achieve zero accidents and a zero vision. And really this interconnected, systemic new way of approaching safety will have great capabilities.
Do you see, and I'm reading here from another user or listener question here, do you see the AI problem for this, or is it, now the question is moving as I read it. What do you see as the AI problem for this? Is it on weighing of different factors or in probability for events? Carl, I guess.
It's the AI enters in various aspects, really. I mean, some of the data we're using is low dimensional, which puts us in the realm of statistics, really. Other data is more high dimensional, where more modern tools such as deep learning is applicable. So it's we apply a range of techniques, everything from optimization, differential equation statistics, and more modern tools such as deep learning.
Then what we've seen as well, just the fusion of data and having these multiple pipelines. Now that we have platforms available, like the HERE platform where we worked and the Carmenta Traffic Watch platform, where we fuse different data sets. And then, as Carl said, we could apply quite simple reasoning to derive great insights. So it's both kind of, it can be on edge AI level, but also on quite simple kind of, advanced but simple statistics just on new fused data sets.
Okay, so if we look at, I mean, this obviously I would like to have that in my future vehicle. Who would be providing this service? You guys represent quite a few of different actors here, but and you have the Swedish Transport Administration as part of the project in the city of Gothenburg. So is it a city? Is it a government agency? Is it a service provider, the vehicle manufacturer? Who would provide this service?
Yeah, so we see this, I think all of us, we're here in the ecosystem. We do this project as part of Drive Sweden. And from my perspective, I would say that we see great potential for multiple use cases by multiple actors. So it's not only passenger vehicles that will use it or only traffic management centers. It could be all the way to an old lady who needs to be or could be informed that it's really slippery outside. And we would be really happy to use such an advanced platform for a very simple message in the morning. Take care, it's really slippery out there. And that's actually for the city budget, it's probably more important that an old lady is warned before she goes out in the morning than that a connected vehicle knows, because the connected vehicle will probably anyway adapt to that situation. But then who will provide it? Yeah, it's a combination. We are working in this project with a combined effort where we have certain specialities and data provided, platforms provided, sensor stacks from vehicles. So it will probably be a combination. And I think we could see service providers from different areas all coming in and taking their stake in this new part of the mobility sector.
I'm taking another question from the audience here. Where is the analysis being made? Is it on board or off board?
So this is off board. This is backend for the kind of risk prediction. But obviously, there is also sensing done on vehicles and in other devices. And on those devices, there is also intelligence of different ways. As you mentioned, Carl, you could have more deep learning situations in image recognition that might be out in a vehicle somewhere and that then throughputs data. But what we worked with mostly in this project has been data streams in a backend and then doing backend analytics.
And how would you forward that information to the driver or the pedestrian or whoever?
So I think that's the nice thing. We see that you could have, there are lots of connected devices obviously out there, connected vehicles, there are connected traffic management centers, there are connected phones, connected watches, soon perhaps connected brains. And with that, we could have this kind of input come either to an autonomous driving vehicle that can be super aware or to a driver. But obviously, it's important not to overload a driver in some situations. But you could also have it to the traffic management center that gets a great new overview of the city. So it's this multitude of possibilities.
Maybe I can add one thing to make it a little bit more understandable for the audience. When it comes to commercial, technical, and legal topics, I think many times you can compare it with traffic systems, right? So it's a different type of content. It's a different way of make the analytics and to get out with the service. But in many ways, and I saw some question there about anonymity or GDPR, right? And how to become GDPR compliant. And I think if you compare it a little bit with what we are used to when it comes to weather services or traffic services, I think you get at least a grasp of these technical challenges, commercial challenges, and legal challenges, which are obviously very important to solve, but the industry knows how to solve it, right? So I think that might answer something.
Okay, thank you. I know you've been dealing with quite a few data streams or data sources here, but and you always want something else, something more. So what's your dream data input that you would like to make this algorithm super perfect?
Yeah, so it's a wonderful question.
You gotta ask
we could have kind of, I want a lot. Can I have 3 wishes? That's
you have to share them with your partners.
Yeah. No, so the core is really the accidents. And I think that's the zero vision that Sweden has established. We don't want accidents. We want it to come to zero. And then we want to take it from there into the positive area to have good traffic kind of. So the accident is really the core thing to work with. And we've seen, and we work with that a lot during this project, what accident data is available. And you would think that's an easy thing. No, we don't actually have super easy to access, reliable, time-stamped and GPS-stamped accident data. So that's what I would say. I would like a kind of at least covering the world real-time stream of free access to GPS time-stamped accidents. So we can take it from there, work with the statistics. Carl, you've been on us a lot. We need better data. We need better data.
Yeah, a lot of the data that we're using in this project might have been good for the purposes that it was developed for. But now with increasing granularity that we are able to analyze these problems with, a lot of the data that we've been looking at its accuracy is just not, it's insufficient for our purposes. Okay. So, but that's not different in this project compared to any project. I mean, anytime you work with data, like 90% of the effort is to get the data in the right place. So we know considerable amount of, we have a lot of ideas of what we want to do going forward, but we have to put a lot of effort into getting the data in the right place. But again, nothing new.
And Peter, what data would you like to add to the HERE portfolio?
Yeah, I kind of agree with this reference that accident data would be very, very important. When it comes to the connected vehicle, we would like to see that you can get access to almost all controllers anonymously, first of all, but later on in the process on VIN numbers. But if I have to point out one, I would also say accident data. Yeah.
Hi, Christian.
Yeah, I like that situation where we have a lot of data and creating the situational awareness so that you get the whole picture. But I won't point on any data. So I want the service that we created in AI Aware to be available with a global coverage. That's my wish.
That sounds like a very good and reasonable wish here. So let's work with that to happen. Thanks a lot, guys. Pleasure having you here, and we really appreciate your work in the project.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to change subjects slightly. As a strategic innovation program, one of Drive Sweden's main assignment is to contribute to Swedish competitiveness abroad. And in doing so, we're very happy to cooperate very closely with Business Sweden. I think to date, we have been part of over 20 different events in 20 different countries around the world together with Business Sweden. And we also co-managed a very important Drive Sweden SME platform together with Business Sweden, obviously with the purpose of promoting our smaller and medium-sized companies. So that makes me very happy to have Jan Larsson joining us here today. Jan is the CEO of Business Sweden. So welcome here, Jan.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
First, some of our listeners here in this forum may not be all aware about what Business Sweden is and what you do. So why don't you start by describing your operation and how you serve and help Swedish companies and Swedish progress?
Yeah, Business Sweden is first of all owned half by the state and half by private enterprise in a rather complex structure. So let's skip that. But we're half owned by state and half owned by enterprise. And basically our mission or our purpose is to help Sweden get better growth and more jobs by supporting Swedish companies internationalize and find export markets on the one hand, and foreign companies invest greenfield investments into Sweden. So basically that's what we do. And we do that with basically half of our income from a state assignment, where the state wants us especially to support small and mid-sized companies. They want us to market Sweden as a brand, to establish platforms for companies to reach out and see where they can go. and so on. So those things we do for the state. And then we have also a more ordinary consultancy work where we help Swedish company more concretely with specific entering into the market, finding partners, doing those things. So basically we work from the very small kind of startup companies that want to go global once they have a commercialized kind of product or service over to the real big giant multinational companies in Sweden. We work of all of them in order to support kind of internationalization of Swedish companies.
And how big of an operation are you? How many people are?
We are about soon 500 people across the globe in 43 different branches in 37 different countries. So we basically cover all substantial regions, a little bit less in Africa, a little bit more in Asia, a little bit more in Europe, less in South America and so on. But where Swedish trades, where Swedish companies normally have markets, we try to be present on the ground with feet on the ground and a good telephone book, so to speak, so that we have the right contacts and establish also a very good cooperation with Swedish embassies across the globe, so that we also can reach out to politicians or to decision makers when that is needed. So we try to build that network and supply that networks to companies when they want to enter into markets. And then in Sweden, we are today present in 4 places. We will expand that during the course of this year, so that we probably will end up at least being present in 6 places in order to be closer to Swedish small and mid-sized companies and to be able to have that dialogue with them on what it actually requires to go abroad, so to speak, with their markets, with their products.
Great. Now that's quite an impressive footprint you have, and that we have been able to leverage, which we really appreciate.
Yeah, I think it's a very good cooperation there, because I mean, naturally, we're interested in working together with you, because there is so many things happening right now in the whole field of transportation and sustainability. And we want to be ready when your members and your companies are ready to take that step into commercialize or to find a market outside of Sweden or the Nordics. Then we want to be there and be able to help in getting out.
Great. I actually heard you presenting at a recent state visit from Spain about the importance of AI and open data. And I was very impressed because at that time we didn't know that you were going to be here and you were still very up to date. And clearly the theme for today's conference is about how to digitalize the transportation system. And we just heard about the AI Aware project, which is actually all about using AI in a smart way and sharing of open data. Yeah. So I would like to get your point here, and maybe you can comment on how important are those building blocks for Sweden to maintain and improve our international position in the domain of transportation.
I think it's super important. I mean, it's pretty fascinating to look at that macro, kind of look at the woods and not only all the trees, because right now there are really 3 super trends kind of that affect all companies and all CEOs that I meet. And all 3 of those, Sweden is kind of in the center of. So we have naturally sustainability or climate change, which is preoccupying quite a lot of board time and management team times in all companies that we have. We have digitalisation, which naturally is the other thing that preoccupies companies. How do they deal with this whole thing? And kind of gluing these 2 areas together is innovation. There's an interesting survey made to decision makers in the world on innovation, showing that 85% of the leaders of companies across the globe are certain that innovation will be decisive, extremely important for the success of their company. And only 6% believe that they are good enough on innovation. So you have kind of a sleepless gap there of 79%, where CEOs across the globe wake up and wonder if they are, on to the stuff like innovation that they think is so important. So innovation, digitalization, and climate change put together. And the one thing that is fascinating there is that Sweden is ranking very high on all of these, which makes the eyes of the world basically turn to Sweden when it comes to what are they doing, what are the solutions that they're presenting. So companies that want to invest in Sweden not only want to find, or not even primarily often want to find the market in Sweden, but they want to hook into collaborations like such as Drive Sweden and other collaborations. That's one fascinating thing I think right now. The other thing naturally is that transport sector is in the center of all of these things. As you said, we heard the seminar before here on AI. We also know that naturally the transport system in its whole is absolutely essential if we want the world to go into a more climate smart way of running our lives, basically. So we need to find a way to reshape and restructure the transport sector very, very rapidly. And from that, and that is naturally a global desire. And from that perspective, to see all the stuff that we have in Sweden is a super treat if you have my job, where I'm supposed to kind of attract interest to Sweden. So everything from Heart Aerospace over to all the companies in Lindholmen, over to naturally Northvolt and the batteries, over to the steel that would produce all the vehicles in the future, over to motorcycles, mopeds, electric engines, cars. Everything is right now actually being manufactured or on the verge of becoming manufactured in Sweden. And that raises a lot of attention on kind of Sweden as the future, as the cradle of all these future innovative powers. So it's absolutely fascinating and very good to collaborate between innovation, I think, and the more kind of trade-oriented or commercially oriented organization that Business Sweden is.
Yeah, and I think that's key to our collaboration as we have it in those strategic innovation program, because I think you touched upon it there, but I think when you look at outside of Sweden, it's so unique the way we are able to communicate between government and researchers and the smaller and larger industries in Sweden. And that's something we believe is important to leverage in doing this important innovation work, as you say.
Yeah, you're totally right about that. The triple helix idea that the state, the companies, and the universities should collaborate, and that we should kind of drive innovation almost for the sake of innovation. That's not only really clever, but it's also very modern, because what is happening now is that business models are kind of shaped around partnership rather than competitiveness or so on. And if we as a society can do the same and think of ourselves as a network collaborating from all the different kind of angles, then I think we have just a really, really good competitive edge to Sweden.
Sounds very optimistic. I like what I hear. Any suggestions from your end? How should we be doing this even better?
No, continue to collaborate, continue to be curious, and once in a while, don't only think about all the accident data that is out there. Also think about the sales data that is potential, and let us help you with arranging for that in the future.
Sounds great. We'll take that advice. Thank you, Jan, so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration with you and your colleagues.
Great. Thanks a lot for that. Cheers.
Yeah. Today, we have been listening to projects on digitalization, AI, control towers, very technical perspectives. But in the end, mobility and transport comes down to human needs and behaviors. How then do we understand and incorporate people's needs when it comes to designing new solutions? We want to find out more about that, Josephine. So please introduce our last panel.
Thank you, Jan. Well, I have the treat now to introduce our expert panel on the theme, how do we understand and incorporate citizens' needs? We have Patricia Latorre, Head of Strategic Partnerships at Humanizing Autonomy, who work with predictive AI to incorporate human interaction into automated systems. We have Viike Fors, Professor in Design Ethnography at Halmstad University, who's been involved in several Drive Sweden projects working on how to incorporate our needs and different living situations. And last but not least, we have Susanne Duval Innings, infrastructure strategist at the city of Helsingborg, who's worked both with introducing mobility as a service within the city and together with Viike in the Drive Sweden AHA project. A warm welcome to all of you. Very happy to see you. So I would like to first start this discussion with, please, yourselves elaborating on what human-centric design in relation to the mobility system means for you. So, Paddy, would you please start us off?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you for having me. Excited to talk about this. And yeah, it's really nice to see also that you guys are talking about human needs, not just user needs. So this is actually something that we can also talk about. But from our angle, And as it says in the name of our company, it's a unique approach of putting the people first when it comes to interaction with machines. And so really understanding how people are using infrastructure, what they're doing, because I think as the other panelists will talk about, kind of user surveys and things are one thing, but actually measuring, understanding what people are doing in everyday life is a different way of measuring and improving the human-centricness and things. So what we do is we measure the behavior and output it for smart city applications, infrastructure improvements. And so really it's just a different way of thinking, not putting and just tracking, counting cars that are going through intersection, but actually understanding how are people waiting? How long are they waiting at the traffic light? When are they going to make safety decisions? When are they making risky decisions? So it's really about actually understanding in an ethical and GDPR compliant way what people are doing rather than just looking at reports and surveys.
Thank you, Paddy. And I'll leave it to Vaike, please.
Right. Thank you so much for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be in these settings. So what a human approach is to me. Well, to me or my team, it's always to, as Paddy talked about, talk about people need as not only a user need, but actually what do people need? What do people value? What do people already know and do as a starting point when we discuss mobility? And also think maybe even a bit more broader and think about, okay, so what does humanity need? What does the planet need? And a human approach is for me a way to question in a constructive way the design visions that we tend to like when it comes to technology-driven developments. And question in a way that really brings in some elements of that what people and planet need into the innovation process. I guess I stop there because there are other questions coming up, right?
Yes, there are. Thank you, Vaike. And we'll continue with Susanne, please.
Well, my perspective on this is I find there is a strong will from different perspectives and different organizations to work from a human-centered perspective. But I mean, it's only when you get several different perspectives on the human story that you can truly make sure that a design might be successful. And if I speak for myself, I'm a city employee and I see the person, the human person as an inhabitant. And the colleagues that we have in the AHA project that are representing the industry, it's Volvo Cars, and they see the person as a customer. And the person itself, she or he, is just there as their proper person. And getting back to your question, how do I see human-centric design? Well, I see a need for co-creation with all those different stakeholders at the table where the human being itself is actually represented.
Great answer. Thank you so much, Susanne. And continuing, we'll stay with you, Susanne. And especially you were mentioning your role as a city planner, and when incorporating, as you described, the inhabitants or the human-centered perspective and being part of that, how would you like these methods to change, or how would you describe that the methods are working or need to change to incorporate them better?
Ooh, tricky question. Well, I think that, there are a need for change on different levels. There is a need for change on a structural, organizational, higher level. And that is a tricky one to move forward in a big organization. But I think there's a need for that. What is easier for us to actually do is to work on an activity level, where I find that we really, from the city perspective, we do try out new methods, new tools, and a combination of collecting data in a more technical way, statistics, and to combine that with human stories. And that's a way to continue to develop that process to make it more structurized.
Thank you. And I'm thinking we'll elaborate on this a bit more with your perspective, Vaike. What would you say is your perception of the current state of the methods used in general to incorporate human-centric? I mean, what are the difficulties in what Susanne's describing to sort of introduce new methods to the table, would you say?
I think that in many settings, we're not prepared for how insights, as we tend to talk about human needs or human values or whatever, look like when it comes to the table. Because in industry, in the settings I've been in industry and also in the cities, people tend to be described through numbers. And when you do other kind of research, where you do more ethnographic research and you hang around with people, collecting stories, building the narratives that people sort of create through their everyday life, how would that connect into this more structure, more statistical, more sort of number-centered style of presenting results? And I think there's a big challenge there. And also the other thing is that I don't think that we have yet realized within this field the power of a human approach, human-centered design. And the thing that I mentioned before about questioning design visions already currently being sort of the state of the art or face value, because that power is really innovative. And are we prepared for an example? Can I say an example? Or should I just move on?
No, please do.
One example is from the AHA project that you mentioned before. We've been working through ethnographic research in different areas. And we realized, and we also got into detail into people's social life and what they need when in terms of social life, I guess. And we realized that a design vision where we create these individually designed pods, where you bring people from one spot to another in a truly time efficient and individually set way, that will completely rip the social fabric of the communities that we've looked into, which is, we shouldn't go there. And that way of using these kind of insights or results or whatever you call them, into actually look into what are we starting, what do we think, and try to question that, really brings in some really interesting elements into that process. So what could we do instead then? Or how could we elaborate on that idea with the individual pod that I've seen fluctuating through discourse? That's I think, which is the true power of a human-centric approach, that you can reframe stories and you can also add to other kind of research in what we could do instead. Thanks.
Thank you, Vaike. And we'll continue with Paddy as well. I mentioned, or Vaike, you mentioned numbers or deciphering people. I think, Paddy, I would say your methods are slightly different when discussing the human aspect of the mobility system. How will these new ways of working, as you are at Humanizing Autonomy, be able to help us increase knowledge and learn more about human behavior and our needs and how we act?
Yeah, I think kind of also going off what Vaike just said, it's going to be the analysis plus other things. We can't work by ourselves. So it has to be, everyone in the technical world talks about sensor fusion. Here you have to think about approach fusion and insights fusion. So by providing the analytics that we do, we're able to show things like near misses, accidents, cycling usage. But think about how each one of you goes through a city during the day. It changes. If you're running late for a meeting in the morning, probably more risk adverse. You're going to cut corners. You might run that red traffic light. We all do it if we're cycling. And so these kinds of human behaviors that we might not be able to catch in other approaches where, you know, people are reduced to numbers, to just categories. It's really just a more realistic way of understanding what's happening. And that's what we need. And then that's what it should be used in combination with the other approaches that can feed into future digital twins, into simulation. So that also when you think about new mobility concepts that are going to be coming, you know, especially autonomous vehicles, that they're really prepared for actual things and not, you know, what we see as an edge case in a video here or there. But so it's making everything more realistic, more relatable, and more human, really. That's what it's about.
I think that's a perfect follow-up also in incorporating these different aspects. Also, like the previous project we heard about AI Aware and just how these insights can help us change the whole system and really achieve a lot of our goals. But I'm thinking also, you mentioned combining methods, Paddy, and when incorporating human-centric design into the mobility system, can we afford to use all of these systems, or what is the approach to getting them to work together, or do they contradict each other? I'm thinking, Susanne, would you like to elaborate on that from the city's view?
Well, I don't think they should be opposite. The different data sets could absolutely work together. What I see as a great challenge is that collecting stories, so to speak, is very time consuming. We have a project actually going on right now in Helsingborg in another department of the city about finding a more structured way to be able to use all the stories that we actually do gather in the city. I mean, social workers, school staff, and other people actually, talking to the inhabitants. There are a lot of stories. So if we could find a way to kind of use them in a better way, I think that would be of great help, because people sit on those stories that we already have in the city. So that is one way to be able to try to find that way. I don't have the answer yet, but I also think that we should introduce more and more people to this, those tools, to make people like professionals experience what it means, because it's really hard to grasp when you haven't felt it. And I speak as an engineer, and I'm really kind of, what do you say in English? Intrigued, but about what they say. I know, I feel that those stories are important, but I can't get them into my structured science background, so to speak. So I think there is a way to go, but there is something in it.
Maike, do you want to follow up on that?
Yes, I'm very confident in that we can combine these different takes on it if we are aware of the challenges and are interested in changing. Now, that's another story, right? And I love the way that how you presented, Paddy, with how things can be combined just by your approach. Resonates really well with an ethnographic approach, but you use another kind of tool to create results. And I think that that's the way to go here. And I'm confident, but I also see like tendencies of insight washing, where as long as you have asked somebody a question, then suddenly you have like a human approach. I'm sorry for being a bit questioning there, but I think there is so much more to it than that. And I think the thing that I wanted to add is also what it does with people when you start to engage them in these kind of studies, and they become engaged in creating. That's actually the foundation for co-creation projects, that people are engaged. And my experience from trying to engage people is that they don't know nothing about what's up their front edge technology. I mean, I've been asking questions around, autonomous cars, and they just, what are we doing self-driving cars? They don't even know that. So we take a lot for granted of what people know and what they're interested in and what they engage in, because many studies are done with already tech-savvy people, and that forms a foundation in what we know through studies and scientific investigations, which is not actually true in all communities. So as long as that gap, and this is what I always end what I'm saying in these settings, is as long there is a big gap between what people know and are engaged in and what technology is developing, the implementation will be really hard. So we need to, and I think a human-centric approach in innovation decreases that gap, because we get people engaged and then start to talk to their neighbors, and they start to talk to their relatives and all that. And then suddenly we have a foundation for start to co-create with people instead of just innovating for them, right? So that was, yeah.
Thank you, Vaike. And I'll just leave a short space also for Paddy to comment on this.
Yeah, to go off that, it's really interesting when we're approached and people that come from transit city authorities, and they come and they say, we know what we need, we know what's lacking, we know what people are doing. And then they look at the data and we have to start from scratch, because it turns out they don't know anything about the city, the people in their own cities. So it's a good example of the average person is not really in this ecosystem. And so, yeah, we have that a lot. I think also what we always say is, in terms of these projects and things, best practices, look around, also from other industries, aviation. There's a lot of work that's been done or hasn't been done in that sector, and how planes have evolved over years. A lot of it is not what anyone really needed, but somehow we find flying more comfortable now. So it's really kind of, there's a lot of different use cases, examples that we can look for, and that we always try to bring into the projects that we do with our partners.
Thank you so much. And I'm afraid to say time is running out. I have several more questions for you and can continue for the double of the time, but I hope we can pick this up moving forward. And it sounds like we have a basis for collaboration here as well. So I'm very happy to hear that and experience that. So a really warm thank you to you all, Vaike, Paddy and Susanne. It's been a joy having you here. And we will be moving on. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, sorry, just lost myself here. Now we will be focusing on how these insights can not just help us plan the mobility system, but also create the basis for new mobility solutions to really technically function and also, of course, then be safe for us, just as was mentioned. So now I'm heading it over to you, Jan.
Thank you, Josephine. Way back, actually in another century, a young researcher moved from Canada to Sweden to help set up a new discipline at Volvo's research division. His name was Trent Victor, and he stayed there for over 25 years. But just a couple of years ago, he surprised many of us by moving back to North America to become the director of safety research at Waymo, probably one of the most skilled and experienced companies when it comes to driverless technology. So Trent, we're very happy to have you here today, joining us from the heart of Silicon Valley, and we are very keen to hear what you're doing nowadays.
Thank you very much, Jan. This is where I start speaking with my Swedish accent. I was noticing I was doing that on my intro video there. So thank you for the kind introduction. I'll do my talk here about some of the things we're thinking of right now. I think maybe what's interesting for you is what's on the top of our minds right now at Waymo. And I obviously work with safety research and best practices, so I'll give you the latest on that. Maybe you've noticed that we've been publishing some papers since I started here, and the first paper we published was on our framework for how to determine safety. So it's a safety framework which has 3 main layers. One of the main things that was new to me when I got to Waymo was the last layer, the operations layer. I mean, this is one of the things that's very unique. Once you're operating a service, you need to have fleet management and risk of an operating system or fleet of vehicles. And then obviously hardware, which is a classic area, V&V area, but most of the stuff we've been concerned about is showing the behavior of the vehicle. And so the papers that we're talking about are now going to talk about the driving behaviors and the safety relevance of the driving behaviors. The next paper we did was we published what was the available data. So we have a service in Phoenix, which is up and running. You can download the app, go to Phoenix, and order a car, drive around if you want. So if you want to experience it, you just go ahead and do that. But of course, with the 6.2 million miles that was available at the time, there's only a handful of crashes that had happened. And if you look at these crashes, we were doing part of the crashes, 16 of them were simulated. So what that means is that when the test operator takes over, then you do a simulation to see if it would have resulted in a collision. And what we were calling a collision are normally not even called collisions. They're just like people walking into the side of the vehicle while it's parked, for example. So it's a contact, some kind of a contact. And obviously the question is, as you look at the severity, do the zeros up off to the right, which are the more severe crashes, are those zeros true? Do those, one of the ironic things about traffic safety is as you get better at it, you have less crashes to work with. So what we did was we looked at the way the behaviors that the Waymo driver did when encountering fatal human crashes. So these fatal human crashes were all the crashes that had occurred for the last 10 years in that operational design domain. And I think that I'm going to go through some examples just to make you a little more close to the data to understand what the difference is with our general experience of driving. So real life crashes of fatalities are often quite unique. Yeah, so I was saying that this is a unique crash, and then what we really contributed with this study was to differentiate between what we call the initiator and the responder roles in the crash. In the initiator and the responder, you have someone that starts the crash or is responsible for breaking the law often. Like in this case, there was a drunk driver that was driving 107 miles per hour, which is extremely fast, through a red light and hit a vehicle. And there was the responder died, the person that responded to that in an intersection. And this is what that looks like. And you're seeing my video, I hope, right now. So the initiator, the drunk driver, was driving from the bottom of the screen and hit the car as it was traveling through the intersection. So the responder is coming from the right, initiator is coming from the bottom. And when we simulated both of these actors, we simulated the initiator, and in that case, there's nothing that's really interesting that happens here other than you just stop at the red light and don't drive fast. So as a responder, though, it's more interesting because you have a speeding vehicle running a red light, and so the Waymo, as the responder, needs to detect this extremely fast running vehicle and slow down and avoid that crash. The second case is with the initiator traveling from the left and drifting over a lane. In this case, it also was an intoxicated driver that was speeding. It was approaching a vehicle that was unlucky to come from the right, which is the responder. So the responder died as well here in this case. So if you replace these vehicles, you've replaced the vehicle that was initiating, coming from the left with the Waymo, it also becomes a benign event. Nothing really happens because you're not speeding and you don't drift out of the lane. there's nothing that really is noticeable. But if you replace the responder coming from the right, then you need to detect, brake, and then in this case we steered within the lane to avoid the crash. The last case I wanted to show you guys was this crash reconstruction of a turn, and then in this case the initiator was coming from the top, also intoxicated, also speeding, and also running a red light. And the responder is turning left. Is the yellow vehicle you see on the bottom turning left, and has the right of way, of course, and then is hit from the speeding vehicle from the top. In the initiator case as well, you slow down and stop at the red light. It's a benign event, and then turning or using the Waymo as the responder, it becomes a detection task and prediction task. So if you're predicting that a vehicle that's approaching really quickly is running a red light, and if you're able to respond to that, so you brake and avoid the crash, like is in this case. So I think these examples are important because it brings home that these are very unusual situations or circumstances that you have to get run into a fatality. And I think that it becomes apparent that there's a huge difference between being an initiator and the responder. And I think there's some key things I would want to talk about right now, which are conclusions from that. And one is that working as an initiator, it eliminates the crashes by turning them into non-events. It's not like you're reacting to anything that's at the last second and abrupt, as many think about. Collision avoidance is typically a very strong reaction, very strong movement, or a lot of acceleration or deceleration. So it just comes down to obeying traffic signals, yielding right away, gap selection, maintaining control of the vehicle, and the spatial temporal boundaries. And as you see here, we avoided all of the collisions that we reconstructed when we were the initiator. The responder role, of course, is more difficult. So you are the one that needs to detect and react really quickly. And I think that there's some really interesting, maybe understated conclusion that we found here, and that's that when we were in the responder role, of the 32 where we completely avoided, 20 of them were without evasive maneuvers. 20 of the reactions, we did not have an evasive maneuver. An evasive maneuver is an abrupt maneuver, for example. I think that's a hugely interesting as a collision avoidance result. And you're avoiding a collision by not even getting into a conflict itself. The conflict is avoided. So there's a couple other things I want to just talk about before we have some questions. I'm really looking forward to your questions. And one is that we're trying to put a finger on what we're calling the ODD dilemma, and get you to understand what that means. The ODD dilemma is this ironic thing which we're dealing with in this space where you want your data to be very representative. You want it to be clearly applicable to your ODD. If you're in downtown Chandler, it's different than if you're in a suburb of Chandler. This is outside of Phoenix or downtown Phoenix compared to the Chandler suburb where we're at. Those are different, and you encounter different things. Obviously, being in Sweden or being in the United States, it also has a lot of differences, notably intersections, and that does affect. So if we think of that one thing, intersections, that there's less intersections in Sweden. There's more roundabouts rather than these controlled intersections. You have a different kind of distribution of crashes. And that does make a difference on making conclusions about safety. So, but the problem comes with restricting your data set, because you get more specific, and then you have much fewer cases, and then those cases themselves that you have are very unique cases. So you would want it to be more generic or more all-encompassing. So it's an ironic thing to show that you're performing well in the ODD, or even if it's a dense urban ride-hailing service you're doing, then you need to restrict the collisions to the type of collision that you would potentially see there. So just last slide here. So I think one of the main things we brought with this was the division between initiator and responder. I think that's a really important thing to think about. A lot of people just are simply thinking about traffic safety with AVs as, you know, how many collisions in total, or not dividing those roles up, because I think in the future we'll have to respond to humans making mistakes. That will definitely be the case. So we need to prove how we respond to humans making mistakes in traffic or encountering humans. And of course, it's different if you're AVs reacting to each other. But there's some kind of technical questions I put down here. I won't go into those in detail. And then I just want to notice that yes, we did. The results were very positive for us with the outcome of this. I want to open up for questions, though. Thank you, Jana.
Thank you, Trent. That was really interesting. We do have questions, and I'm going to start with one from one of your former colleagues at Volvo Cars. To what extent have you looked at the Safety 2 framework and the abilities to succeed? Maybe you understand that question better than I do.
I think it's referring to like Eric Holnager's framework or resilience engineering. I think that, you know, holistic. I think it looks at holistic methods like system safety as a holistic perspective. And yes, we do have those insights, I think. And I mean, for me, one of the main things when I came to Waymo was to understand that, you know, in operations, you definitely have to take the holistic perspective, where you're not just providing a driver, you're providing a service that you have to maintain is, you know, with everything that's involved with that. So you definitely have to take a holistic perspective. And I think very definitely our conclusions about the conflict avoidance being such an important part is actually an type of evidence for that resilience engineering.
Another question that I have, I know when you were working with the Swedish vehicle manufacturers, you were always very involved in international research with your peers in the industry. Now you're at a different level there. You're working with Waymo, and you have other competitors in that same space. Do you have that same type of research in your new domain as you had in the vehicle industry itself? At the research level, obviously, primarily.
Yeah, well, I think it's more within the company. Yes, I would say that. We are able to have collaborations. We do have collaborations through colleagues that we work together with, and so there is some, but it's not as like when I was at Volvo Technology, we were extremely involved with EA projects, for example. And EA projects are very unique in the way they develop IP together. I think that no, we're not. It's not to that extent. No.
Good. Picking up a couple of audience questions here. We talked a lot about control towers earlier in the forum here, and there's a question here: how much do the control tower engage when driving passengers without a safety driver in the car? Or does Waymo have a certain control tower in the same effect?
Yeah. I think that's they're referring to remote assistance or. And there's this debate or discussion going on, what if teleoperation, if you are if the vehicle is autonomous or not, and Waymo's position is that we are entirely autonomous, so that there's no sort of takeover from the control tower, if you put it that way. There's no one that will take over control and drive the vehicle like at an operational level. But there are, it's more of an assistance that is provided to if there's something that goes on that the vehicle stops, or there's something is encountered where there's a stop in service.
And another question from our viewers here. What do you see as a difference between what could be achieved for safety using driver state sensing and advanced ADAS functions versus self-driving?
Yeah, so that becomes a question. I think it's an exposure question. So if you look at like market penetration, that's what that becomes, I think. So, and then you have to see that over time. And I think it's also the question implicitly reflects that you think of vehicles in one way, I think, because in this case you do have a different niche. There's a different niche of transportation that is being served with ride hailing, which is the main thing we've been talking about today. And that is like there are different challenges with traffic in dense urban environments, for example, and desirable characteristics of being able to have a ride-hailing service that you travel with in that city, for example. So it's like, yeah, I do have a lot of opinions on that, but I think I'll stay away from answering that.
All right. We are running out of time here. I want to thank you, Trent, for waking up early and joining us here. And we look forward to having you back here at some time in Sweden again. So thanks a lot.
It was great to be back. Thank you.
And Josephine,
yes,
time for wrap up, right?
It is. And what a day we've had. I mean, fully packed with so many interesting subjects. We could go on for hours. So many impressions to bring with us forward. And I think we can conclude that digitalization of the transport system really has many aspects, many questions that needs to be answered and developed, but that a lot of important and good things are ongoing.
They are. Yep, indeed.
So a big thank you for listening today, all of you at home, and getting involved. We really appreciate that you take the time and hope to see you all physically in September. So fingers crossed.
Physically and with Malin being here.
Yes, of course. And well, with that, we say take care and goodbye from us.
Stay safe. Thank you.